All right, good morning, everyone. Today is Monday, March 1st. It is 9:01. We do have all county commissioners, the county manager, and the county attorney on the line, and we are live on YouTube and the county website. So we can go ahead and get started with the meeting.
Thank you, Monica, and good morning, everyone. As Monica said, today is March 1st, 2021, the Board of County Commissioners work session, and I will read the public charge. The Board of Commissioners asks its members and citizens to conduct themselves in a respectful, courteous manner, both with the board and fellow citizens. At any time, should any member of the board or any citizen fail to observe this public charge, the chair will ask the offending person to leave the meeting until the individual regains personal control. Should the quorum fail to be restored, the chair will recess the meeting until such time that a genuine commitment to the public charge is observed. During this portion of the meeting, citizens are asked to share comments or emails to the clerk. I will ask the clerk to share those comments that you've received at this time.
Good morning, commissioners. We did receive one comment on Saturday, February 27th. It was actually received through our public information office, and they did forward the email to me this morning. It is from citizen Tom Playford. His comment reads, Durham and Durham County are foolish and irresponsible to follow NC relaxation of COVID restrictions. Cases are leveling after a few weeks of declines, but mutations, particularly the UK variant, which is highly contagious, are rapidly increasing, which may cause major and rapid increases in new cases. Smarter to err on the side of caution, since most states really don't know how to get people vaccinated quickly. So sad. That concludes the comments that were received for the March 1st meeting.
Thank you, Monica. So commissioners and presenters, staff, we have a really packed agenda today, and I am asking everyone to be courteous and conscientious about their time. I'm going to ask Monica to keep us on time. When that time is up, we will have to move on to the next item. And I apologize beforehand that I may have to cut anybody off. It's not intentional. Somehow or another, we just got this agenda fully packed. And if there's information that doesn't get presented today and it's on the agenda, please feel free to send it to staff, send it to commissioners by way of email. Thank you. So the first item on our agenda is our consent agenda, and commissioners, we have 16 items on the consent agenda. And at this time, I'd like to ask the manager to read each item and allow the board to speak or ask questions on those issues.
Thank you and good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. Our first item is item 645, which is budget ordinance amendment recognizing $150,000 grant from Global Link Corporation to the Sheriff's Office. Are there any questions on that particular item? Hearing none, we will move to item.
I have one. Sorry, I was raising my hand. Sorry.
I'm sorry, I was looking down. I didn't see. Go ahead, Commissioner Long.
Yeah, mine was just a clarification question. I was just wondering, could we get a clarification on the difference between this consent agenda item and the consent agenda item 21-0089? Because I saw they're both related to X-ray machines for the detention facility. Could I just get clarification on the difference between the two?
Sure. Jody will essentially weigh in on that.
Good morning, commissioners. And David Labar with the Sheriff's Office is also with me this morning. The two items are related. The way the agenda items are set up is the $150,000 grant will be used for a variety of projects. Part of that funding will be to replace the X-ray machines at the detention center. So you'll see the referencing back and forth between those items because a portion of that grant money will be used for the replacement project for the X-ray machines at the detention center. The X-ray machine project is at both the detention center and the courthouse. And David, anything else you'd add to that?
No, ma'am. I think you covered it. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you. I had trouble unmuting. I had some questions that I had emailed to Jody, and I don't know if it's related to this specific contract. If you could just clarify, are we having in approving this? Are we having any role in approving the actual contract with GTL? Is that a part of this?
Hi, Vice Chair Jacobs. This is David.
Hey, David.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This contract was actually approved back in February of last year. Pursuant to executing the contract, we're awarded some grant funding. So what this step we're taking now is just to have those grant funds appropriated for certain items that we need covered.
Okay. I did have some questions related to the contract, which I see was extended till, I guess, 2025, because we have heard a lot of concerns from detainees, their family members, and the community about the fees that are charged by GTL. So I sent those questions, and if you could provide us some follow-up information afterwards, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Be glad to.
Hearing no other questions regarding that particular item, we will move to item 0019, which is the approval of to execute a contract with Tyler Technologies to purchase the Eagle System software in the amount of $487,106 for the Office of the Register of Deeds. Are there any questions regarding that particular item? Moving on, we will go to item 0087, which is a budget ordinance amendment appropriating $300,000 from Risk Management Fund and transferring those funds to the general fund balance to settle a legacy claim. Are there any questions there? Hearing none, we will move to item 0089, which is another budget ordinance amendment appropriating $194,207.63 from the debt service fund balance to replace the X-ray machines and metal detectors in the courthouse and the detention facility, and approving the contract with Points Security. Any questions there? Hearing none on that item, we will go to item 105, which is the approval of the budget ordinance amendments to recognize $188,000 in grant revenue from the City of Durham to the Soil and Water Department to increase the expenses to implement the Southeastern Sustainability Community Project Fund. Are there any questions on that item? I see.
Thank you. And I don't know if Eddie or Mike are here with us today on this. Are either of them here? They're here. Okay. First of all, I just want to commend them for this incredible program, the BOCC program, and just I know this is the kind of thing that our board really considers a priority, even, paying students stipends for learning a skill like this. But I had actually sent it as a question as our follow-up for the Durham Public Schools meeting, and I was wondering, Eddie and Mike, have you connected with them around the construction of the two new schools, Northern and Lions Park, and whether you'll be able to partner with the BOCC program with them on those projects? That was something I had sent as a follow-up and hadn't heard anything back. Hey, Mike.
Yeah, so Commissioner Jacobs, yes, we do have 3 teachers from Northern High School that are going to participate in the BOCC program.
Because
So we're excited.
yeah,
about it.
that's just
Awesome. I'm so glad to hear that. That's great. Thank you.
Are there any other questions regarding that particular item? Hearing none, we will go to item 106, which is the approval to amend the contract with Global Insights for our IS&T help desk using existing funds from the operational budget in the amount of $72,800 for a total of $145,600. Are there any questions on that particular item? We'll move now to item 115, which is a contract amendment request to increase the contract amount for electronic monitoring services with Booty US LLC. Are there any questions there? Item 117 is a budget ordinance amendment increasing our youth home expenditure budget by $30,000 to offset unplanned expenses for the county youth home due to increases in the juvenile out-of-county placements. Are there any questions on that particular item? The next item is item 129, which is another budget ordinance amendment for our youth home expenditures budget, which is in the amount of $7,200 for psychiatric services for the youth home and to amend that contract. Are there any questions there? Item 131 is a contract amendment for the Board of Elections for the South Data contract. Are there any items on that particular, any questions on that particular item? Hearing none, we will move to item 136, which is a capital project amendment for the 500 block of East Main Street parking deck and the capital project using $300,000 of future taxable financing to authorize the execution of the architectural service agreement with Little Diversified Associates. And that amount, of course, is not to exceed a total of $183,200 for the programming phase of the 500 block of East Main Street for the structured parking deck. Are there any questions on that particular item?
Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a few questions about this. I noticed that this is going to be looking at how much parking we need for our employees. And I didn't see anything that referred to in the scope about assessing the impact of future trends with employees working virtually. I know from being on the DSS board that we're actually looking at Wake County as a model and making the virtual working actually something permanent for a large number of our staff in DSS. We've been able to provide the ability for a majority of DSS staff to now work from home. So I just would like to ask Perry or whoever is the appropriate person if you're going to be going back and talking to the department heads in the building about changes that have now taken place from COVID, but people that are looking to be permanent and the impact that could have on a parking space, because Perry, remind us how much each parking space costs in the deck.
Well, I'll say around $20,000, Commissioner. But,
Okay.
but you have a great question there, Commissioner, and inherently we're already doing that. We have bi-weekly meetings with our DSS, our public health departments. We're already sort of ahead of you in that, and that the services in this proposal will capture that, and so you'll be receiving future updates from us in regards to this effort, you know, prior to us sort of finalizing what those numbers are. But that's a great question. Thank you.
Fantastic, because if we can save some money reducing our parking spaces, that would be great. Also wondering, are you guys going to look at some of what the city and other governments do related to, you know, the fees for parking for employees, or their incentive plans related to that? Like the city of Durham has a special parking plan. Are you all, is that going to be something that you all look at?
Commissioner, yes, globally, I will remind, yes, Commissioner, I will remind you that we recently hired our transportation manager, Ellen Beckman, and she is a part of this committee and these evaluations, and she is bringing us a wealth of knowledge in terms of, I guess, ways of incentivizing what you're referencing. So we have that covered as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Perry, in here you said that there's now solicitation for development partners for commercial and residential components. Could you tell us a little bit about that, what that means?
So, Commissioner, I don't think we have a solicitation out yet for commercial and development partners. We are in conversations with the developers on sort of identifying a plan for commercial and retail. And obviously we will have to come back to the board to get your blessing on what that looks like. And just to be candid, we are coming back in April at the April work session with an update to you all on both the 300 and 500 blocks projects, to give you a better understanding of sort of where we are from a scheduling perspective, and sort of all of these little ancillary agreements, and just, you know, just to give you guys ample opportunity to inquire about anything specific relevant to these efforts. So.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions regarding this particular item?
I just want to say, you know, to Mr. Mann, thanks for staying ahead of the curve. Wonderful work. I mean, the answer to every question, hats off to you, sir. And that's what I say, Mr. Mann, and not Perry, but I just appreciate forward thinking, innovation, and having people on staff that can think ahead for our staff. So I appreciate you. That was helpful for me. I'm not gonna bother you anytime anymore, because every time we ask you anything, you have the answers. So thank you for my edification. I feel confident I can go to the community and say that Mr. Manns knows exactly what he's doing. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you.
Perry is very thorough, and we are happy to have. We're blessed to have him on our staff.
Clearly underestimated, but very thorough.
Yeah.
Item 137 is essentially a item that deals with our matching grants program, and it's essentially an approval of the 2021 grant cycle. Are there any questions there? Item 138 is the approval of the purchase of goods contract with various vendors for the private office, the conference and miscellaneous furnishings for the U.S. communities, GSA, and other NC contracts, buying programs for the phase 3, 4, and 5 of the county admin building, project 1. So that's essentially the construction that's going on in admin 1 right now. Are there any questions there? Hearing none, we will move on to item 139, which is the approval of a budget ordinance amendment using $731,683 of contingency set-aside funds for COVID-19 related janitorial services and one-time county facility cost. Are there any questions there? Hearing none, we will move on to item 161, which is the approval of another budget ordinance amendment utilizing $465,920 of contingency set-aside funds for COVID-19 with reinvestment partners for the non-congregate homeless housing at Carolina Duke Inn. Are there any questions there? Seeing no questions, we will go to item 171, which is a contract approval for Re-City Network as the fiscal agent for Kate's Corner to provide learning centers at 3 Durham Housing Authority properties. This is an item that came up on the board's agenda a couple of weeks ago, so it's just execution here. Are there any questions?
I had one, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Commissioner Howard. Back in December, when I brought up concerns about the learning center and about access and equity, I received a lot of pushback. I'm just happy to see that we are moving forward so that children who don't have access to transportation, I'm happy to see that Durham Tech has stepped up to give us location. I'm happy that we have something at DHA for these students. So I just want to say to my board, I appreciate you all recognizing that this was an issue. I know that there were folks from DPS that did work with some folks on this board. Commissioner Carter, I know that you were one of them. And so I just want to say thank you for making sure that Black children who don't have cards have access to equal education. I knock y'all on the head enough. So I appreciate, as I tried to move this forward, that it did. I don't know what the future of school looks like, but I'm appreciative that we actually have some space for folks. Now, I don't know what the next iteration of this is going to look like, and I'm not going to ask about it now, Commissioner Howerton, because I know that the school board does have to make some decisions. That is not an invitation for anyone to have a conversation about the school board. But I would just like to say thank you, because I know for a lot of children who did not have equal access to the learning centers in December now have it.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. And this was important to all of us. And I know that it was important to me as well, that, you know, sometimes we overlook our community that's in the largest of the needs. And I am glad for our children's sake that this is moved forward as well. So thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair Howard.
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting. This item is actually asking for a suspension of the rules to approve the contract. I mistakenly placed it on the consent instead of the discussion for item approval.
Oh, thank you. I saw you pop up there. I thought it must be something that I needed to do here. So we need to suspend the rules, commissioners, and approve this item. So I ask for a motion to suspend the rules to approve of the contract for Re-City fiscal agent for Kate's Corners to approve learning centers at 3 Durham Housing Authority communities.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair, will you please just let's deal with the suspension of the rules first, and then come back to vote on the contract.
That's what I said. I said suspend the rules.
Move to suspend.
Second.
And we'll have a roll call by Monica, our clerk.
Commissioner Alam?
Yes.
Commissioner Burns?
Aye.
Commissioner Carter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs?
Aye.
And Chair Howerton?
Aye. We have 5-0. At this point, we need a motion and a second.
I move that we approve the contract for Kate's Corner to provide learning centers at the Durham Housing Authority sites as listed here in our agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have I have a motion by Commissioner Carter, second by Commissioner Burns. And so a roll call by our clerk, please.
Commissioner Alam,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns,
Aye.
Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs,
Aye.
and Chair Howerton.
Aye. The contract has been approved 5-0.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. That will address cash flow issues as it relates to this particular vendor. So I appreciate you all taking care of that. Madam Chairman, that concludes the consent agenda, and I'm turning it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Now we are moving on to our discussion items, Commissioners. The first item is 0074, Durham County Early Childhood Action Plan funding recommendations. This is a 30-minute item. So the presentation should be no more than 20 minutes, and then another 10 minutes for commissioners to ask questions. And the appropriate staff on this one, I see Kate has popped up there. There's David. So who's the first speaker here?
I will kick us off.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Chair Howerton, commissioners. We are so pleased to bring you an update on our progress toward an early childhood action plan for Durham. I think this is, excuse me, I think this is the first time we've been able to provide this update to the full new board. So we're really excited to have this opportunity, and it's an exciting time to provide this update as we work toward the completion of the Early Childhood Action Plan by the end of this fiscal year. So David Reese, President and CEO of the Durham Children's Initiative, and Bonnie DeLon, our Early Childhood Action Plan Program Manager, are here with us today. Could I have the next slide, please, Monica? And we are gonna just talk through the following. We're gonna briefly review our planning efforts to date and provide an overview of all of the Early Childhood Action Plan recommendations as they are now. We're gonna talk through some potential uses for any initial county funding for implementation of the Early Childhood Action Plan, and then share our next steps in action planning through the end of the fiscal year. So I will kick it over, and then of course we'll take your questions. So I'm gonna kick it over to David just to provide a little context on the background of the plan. David?
Thank you, Kate. Good morning, commissioners. Happy Monday. It's wonderful to see you all. Much for Durham's investment back in this action plan. The plan is, I think, actually the planning process is exceeding our wildest dreams. And you remember this plan was released by the governor 2019, putting forth goals to ensure that all children would be healthy, safe, and nurtured, and learning, also being ready to succeed. Next slide for me, please, Monica. With the support of the county and DCI, our task was to bring together communities and organizations from across Durham to envision a more aligned early childhood system to close the gaps in outcomes. To give you context, commissioners, this is some of the first times that you're seeing these slides, is prior to the coming together in Durham, Board of County Commissioners coming together to say, yes, we will create a plan for children birth to 8, there was no roadmap. And this, in essence, will begin to give a roadmap for young people as well as their parents as we think about all children being successful. Next slide, please. So the planning effort has been structured as a public-private partnership between the county and Durham Children's Initiative, with funding from the county, support from the Early Childhood Coordinator, and facilitation, coordination, and additional funding from DCI to lead the process. We've brought together parents, community members, direct service providers, system leaders from across Durham, and put them in 4 work groups that met from September through January, created 21 recommendations. Bonnie's going to provide more detail. I want to just take one moment to just give, I think, the hugest moment of gratitude to the more than 100 organizations, more than 1,000 responses back from community members, the more than 60 hours of just meetings, not the planning leading up to it, but just community members, organizations coming back and sitting at the table to think about what these recommendations should be. To implement these recommendations, we'll need a braided funding strategy weaved together, both public and private funding. We're going to be releasing the plan in June and hope to build momentum to start implementing the next fiscal year starting in early July. As we conclude the planning process and look forward to beginning the implementation phase, the Durham Children's Initiative looks forward to continuing to have the opportunity to function as the convener, to function as a backbone with this tremendously successful collective impact effort. Next slide, please. I want to turn it over to Bonnie right now. Bonnie DeLone is with us. She's our ECAP manager. She's been leading the process, bringing together all of the community members and allowing this collective process to move forward. Bonnie?
Thank you, David, and thank you, commissioners, for your time this morning. I just want to give you a sense of where we are at in our timeline. After a slower start than anticipated due to COVID, we began the process of bringing together 4 work groups last summer, as David mentioned, and we launched into the discover phase, which involved analyzing data and listening to parents and communities through surveys, focus groups, and also parent participation on the ECAP work groups themselves. The describe phase was about documenting the strengths and challenges of our early childhood system to meet the goals of the North Carolina Early Childhood Action Plan. And the third phase was brainstorming, reviewing, and prioritizing strategies to improve our early childhood system in Durham. And through the prioritization, we now have 21 recommendations with about 3 strategies for each one. So there are now small action planning teams moving forth with building out the steps to implement, cost and resource estimates, potential partners, and timelines for those strategies. And we are writing and releasing the plan by June. Next slide, please. So this has really been a community-wide effort, as David mentioned, and I want to highlight the incredible partnership we've seen throughout this work. We're really grateful to all of our partners and all of the parents and guardians and caregivers who've been participating with such enthusiasm and urgency. We've moved from the work group model that you see on the left of this slide to the more iterative and more equitable action planning model in the middle of the slide, which has intentionally brought in more parents and community members to have shared ownership of this work. We've also heard from over 1,000 parents and community members across Durham through focus groups, listening sessions, and survey responses. Next slide, please. So we have co-created these 21 recommendations in partnership with community. The first step was to look at data relevant to the North Carolina ECAP targets and sub-targets that were in the governor's plan to see how we compare in Durham to the state and to comparative counties, and identified where we lagged behind. We used input from work groups, the data, and all of the community and parent outreach findings to identify the greatest strengths and challenges to meet those goal areas, and really tried to hone in on the root causes behind the challenges we're seeing, which in so many cases in all the cases come back to poverty and systemic racism at the end of the day. So we used all that information to prioritize those strategies. The strategies came directly from parents, also from work group participants, and from relevant reports like the Durham Racial Equity Task Force report released last summer, for example. And there were 80 highest priority strategies across work groups, which have now been grouped into 21 recommendations. And the action planning teams are now narrowing down strategies even further and proposing an action plan for each one of those recommendations to say what would it actually take to make it happen. And on the next slide, you'll see a bit of an overwhelming slide with all of the 21 recommendations that came out of the work groups. Next slide, please. And I won't read through them all, and it's hard to see, but you have it in your handout as well. But you can see how they align with the different work groups based on the colors at first glance, and the key in the top right-hand corner. So several were identified across multiple work groups, which are in blue at the top, and others more clearly aligned to one of the particular work groups. And we've made a choice to capture all of the information we've been hearing in the process to create a more comprehensive plan, knowing that we'll need to have a really strong and equitable process in place about how we make decisions about what gets prioritized, since we won't be able to implement all of the strategies within these recommendations at once. So I'll pass it to Kate Elander to share how we have narrowed down these recommendations for you to consider an initial investment in the Durham ECAPS implementation. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Bonnie and David. While we're on this slide, I think it's useful just to know, I think, to the point raised by Bonnie, because this work has gone further, I think, than these processes often go sometimes, to identify the role that root causes play in our early childhood outcomes. It is a comprehensive early childhood action plan. And so I think while we're going to be bringing a much more narrowed set of potential uses for an initial county allocation to ECAP implementation for you, we hope that you all can spend some time with these 21 recommendations and consider how any other asks that are coming in might align with these. I think this set of recommendations, I think, really helps inform where many in the community are about some of these priorities with regard to supporting children and families during this time of COVID recovery. Next slide, please. As Bonnie and David have shared, we are not yet at a place where we have identified the exact strategies and potential partners to implement those strategies and how much those strategies might cost. That work is happening right now. Maybe even this morning, there may be an action team who is meeting to talk through some of those questions. So what we did in order to bring the board some information to consider as a part of this budget cycle was use the criteria on this slide to consider, of those 21 recommendations and the work that we assume is going to be associated with those 21 recommendations, which would be best served with funding from the county. So we considered which recommendations support COVID-19 recovery, which address racial inequities and root causes, since that's been such a part of this planning process, and those things are particularly harmful to our youngest children and their families. The recommendations and work underneath those recommendations that were emphasized by parents and community is most affected by some of these systemic challenges. We also made sure to bring forward things that were identified by multiple work groups as high priority recommendations. And finally, just ensuring that anything that we're bringing forward to you is addressing a gap in current funding and supports. Some of the work that you saw on the 21 recommendations, there is already quite a bit of funding available for that, and we'll be leveraging that with this plan. But we made sure to bring forward items that are gaps in funding. Next slide, please. So as you all know, I have made an internal request to have an initial $150,000 allocated into our early childhood budget as a initial county allocation for the early childhood action plan, with the idea that once the action plan is finalized in June, there will be an equitable process to identify which of those strategies that are lifted up in the plan are high priority for implementation. So we're not, again, bringing forward for you very specific programs, partners, but we're bringing you some more specific information about how those funds might be used. And these four things are applying the criteria on the previous slide to the 21 recommendations. These are the things that rose to the top for us. And we also ran through the criteria and these recommendations with members of the governing body, with work groups, co-chairs for the work groups, and also these review teams that will be reviewing each of the action plans. So this is not just a Kate, David, Bonnie list for you. This has been part of a larger discussion with the stakeholders that have been engaged to date. So all of that context aside, childcare recovery efforts rose to the top for us. I have made a request for more current data, but as of October 2020, 23% of our licensed childcare sites in Durham had closed. And some of those were still closed temporarily, hanging on to see if they could reopen, and some have closed permanently. And we believe that it is likely that more will close without significant investment. And I think that's particularly relevant as well because so many women disproportionately have left the workforce because of COVID and because of lack of care options. And so if we want to be able to support those women and also some of those fathers returning into the workforce, there will need to be care available for their children when they're able to do that. So I think finally just acknowledging that early childhood educators and directors, family childcare home owner operators, all of them have been serving on the front lines since we all went into lockdown just under a year ago. They have been, they have been providing an incredible service to our community here in Durham. So childcare recovery efforts are one of those things. Another that aligns with a lot that you all have been hearing from many different directions is just housing and economic stability to reduce early childhood adverse childhood experiences, I think what we know from brain science tells us that when our youngest children experience trauma, it has an outsized effect on their development. And we all know this. The county is invested in an ACEs and Resilience coordinator and deeply engaged with the Durham ACEs and Resilience Task Force that Chair Howerton is co-chairing. So I think, and we've been hearing from many about the difficulty with housing and evictions. So we recognize that in order for our youngest children to keep their development on track, and in order for parents to be able to support that healthy development of their children, additional supports for family economic security and housing are needed. And then related to that, programming and supports around child, family, social, emotional health, trauma-informed care, and resilience are going to be critical moving out of COVID. And there's a lot of really excellent emerging work coming from organizations in our community around these areas. So I think this will need to be a focus for our whole community coming out of COVID. And finally, efforts to disrupt institutional racism and share power with parents, and specifically the parents who have been experiencing disproportionate harm and the challenges and disparities and outcomes in our early childhood system. So these are the four areas where we would commit to funneling initial allocations in funding from the board. And I think it's worth saying that any one of these areas could take more than $150,000 to have significant impact. And so we're not saying we are going to solve all the problems with that $150,000, but we also wanted to leave some flexibility to the group of parents and frontline providers and institutional leaders who have been working together on this early childhood action plan to consider, once the plan is finalized, among these priorities, how might those funds be best served. Next slide, please. So just to share really quickly, and then we would love to take any questions or comments that you have about this work. We, as Bonnie mentioned, have just made a transition from planning in work groups, which was really about kind of learning more about parent perspectives, looking at the data, looking at recommendations from other communities and from our own community, and brainstorming what is it that we want to do, to doing really focused action planning around each of those 21 recommendations. So there are small teams made up of both parents and frontline providers and also institutional leaders who are using that recommendation and all of the data and all of the information that we've gathered so far through this process is coming to bear on a set of meetings that they will have this month in April and in May to digest all of that information, lift up 3 key strategies for action, and identify timelines, cost, potential metrics, potential roles and responsibilities for communities and for organizations in implementing those strategies. And all of that information will come into our final early childhood action plan in June. And I'll also just make one other note. We've been really intentional and increasingly intentional throughout the process to ensure that we are having a really strong feedback loop with those parents and frontline providers who have not been participating in work group planning. There are many who have been, but we want to make sure we are getting as many perspectives as possible to have the strongest plan that can reflect Durham. So those action teams with the ECAP planning team's support will be bringing those potential strategies to additional committees, groups that are already meeting, parents who are already gathered, just to get an additional level of feedback on what's going in the plan. Next slide, please. This slide might have been a little bit helpful as I was talking through everything I just did. I forgot this one was here, but so this is how the work will happen over the next few months. Each of these planning teams, action planning teams, will gather up their what they're talking about and bring it to a monthly review team meeting that is made up of parents and providers who've been engaged in the planning process to date. So there will be a feedback loop from action planning teams to review teams, back to action planning teams to community, back to action planning teams. So it's a lot of work over the next few months, but we really feel like it's going to bring as many perspectives as possible and as much data and information as possible to bear on a really strong early childhood action plan for Durham. So I will pause there, and thanks again to David and Bonnie for DCI's really strong work on this planning process, and for being here today to help present. And we'd love to take your questions, commissioners.
Thank you, Kate, David, and Bonnie. Thank you so much for your presentation. Commissioners, will you take no more than 3 minutes each to ask your questions and get them answered so that each commissioner has an opportunity to ask a question if they like, so that we stay on time. Commissioner Alam?
I didn't have a question. I just wanted to say how impressed I am with this presentation and the way that you guys have been structuring your work, especially the last slide of showing the different teams, the review teams. That really shows that you're taking the time to invest those layers so community members, parents, healthcare providers can be involved at every step of the process. So I really appreciate that. And as our chair Howerton always says, it's about the children. And I'm so glad of the leadership of her and like our former commissioners to be leading in this effort. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs?
I just want to echo Commissioner Alam's comments to Bonnie, David, Kate, and everyone. This has been, as David said, this has been beyond our expectations. And there's really not anything more important that we're doing in Durham County government. And, the previous board and this board, I know will keep focusing on investing in our children. And we know from the data how important it is. And I appreciate that you all have really focused on some specific things related to COVID. And what really struck me was that a lot of the things that you identified are things that we talked about last week at our budget retreat around mental health. We talked about school nurses and maternal health. That was an issue that was raised, about infant mortality, and then housing, just basic concerns about housing and meeting basic needs and economic security. So your recommendations are really aligned with a lot of the conversation that we had during our budget retreat. I'm wondering if you know if, Kate, is the child care camps, that roundtable, still meeting? And this issue of really losing a lot of our pipeline is really concerning.
I'm not sure, Commissioner Jacobs, if you're frozen or if you stopped. I can't quite tell.
If that group is still meeting.
I actually don't know if that roundtable is still meeting. David, I know that you also sat in on that roundtable occasionally. Do you know if that roundtable is still meeting?
You know, Kate,
with the chamber?
I'm not quite sure if they're still meeting. I know they had some substantive meetings, really thinking about what some of their next steps were. I think COVID might have slowed down the process. So I can find out and get back to you.
Yes, we can definitely find out.
Okay. And if there's any funding in the new relief bill specifically for childcare providers.
Yes, I believe that there is, and we can follow up on that as well. Yeah.
Okay.
And I think it's definitely worth noting whether or not the roundtable is still meeting. I think that there are many conversations active and ongoing about how our childcare infrastructure, which was fragile before COVID and sort of resting on the backs of largely a group of women of color making approximately $12 an hour, how we can use this opportunity to recover in that childcare infrastructure, but also make it more sustainable moving forward. So
thank you. Thank you, Kate. Let's have Commissioner Burns and Commissioner Carter have an opportunity.
This is relatively quick. First of all, thank you for the presentation. As the daughter of a mom that taught in pre-K for 20 plus years, I remember what it was like helping set up a classroom because it started before our school did. But I also remember on Mondays watching kids eat 2 and 3 breakfasts, right? Because they did not eat that weekend. And so I do appreciate that I think one of the most important things that you said throughout this presentation, and I hope we all focus in on this, is how can we be collaborative around this? We talk a lot about food insecurity. I took some time this weekend. I counted no less than 20 churches that are working on food insecurity, but they're not plugged into anything. And I almost feel like they're purposely not plugged into anything, right? It's by design that they want certain nutritionists to work on these issues and that the community and the church is left out of it. The other thing that I want you to know, I heard you when you said, how can we be collaborative around a lot of these initiatives? Because you're right, we don't have the money and a lot of times don't even have the sweat equity and the capacity to do everything that we want to do. But if we work on it together, we'll have that. You also made mention, I want to thank you also, David, Mr. Reese, for the event you all did last week around Black History, because I look at people like Dr. Jackson and both the Dr. Bullets, because there are 2 doctors in that family. And I know that Bill Bell was on there, where our mayor, Bill Bell, Principal Teal was on there. And one of the things that they pointed out, I do apologize, you all. One of the things that they pointed out was we have got to be more in tune and we have to get our teachers in a place, well-meaning as it is, that parents in the community come in already with the residue of racism into the school system. So I now have to drop off my child with someone who doesn't look anything like me. And I would argue if I asked any of the Black professional staffers on this call who had guidance counselors that didn't look anything like them, if they actually told them that they could go to college. I can tell you, none of my guidance counselors thought I should go to college, none. And that was true for my peers. So recognize that generation is having children, and those children now have to be dropped off at school. So the fact that I kind of sort of solved that, you know, it's one thing to see 80 recommendations, and I'm ending here, Commissioner Howerton, dwindle down to 21, and then you all still remember to look at that racial equity lens. Everybody wants to talk about George Floyd's death, right, as if it's this new phenomenon. And so what we often see is people taking Aunt Jemima off the shelf when we said, stop killing us. We see people taking Uncle Ben's off the shelf when we say, stop killing us. We see them hiring D, E, and I professionals, and we have said stop killing us, and that has not happened. We can't even get leadership to take racial equity and inclusion training, right? Across the board, we cannot get them to take training. So I appreciate that somehow in 80 recommendations, you all saw fit to keep this important, because our children suffer. When you see kids that are 4, they hug each other, right? Racism is taught. When they're in early childhood, Black and white children, brown children, they love each other. They don't grow to hate each other till they're 15. And then they run for office, and that hate is still there. So I just want to say thank you. And I know that's a lot, Commissioner Howerton. I've written down my notes for everything I want to say. I won't say anything else on this portion, but racism in Durham is real, and I'm just happy you all tackle it.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Carter.
Yes, thank you. Excellent presentation. Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, David. You guys have really, I don't know, implemented what seems like a model planning process, really equitably engaging and counting on parents who are experiencing disproportionate harm, counting on them to lead this effort and to really own whatever action plans come out of this. I really liked the slide where it showed only 5%, I think, in the final action planning group, only 5% of elected officials, government officials. I liked that. And over 50% parents. That struck me, and I thought it was very positive. I lifted up this as my #1 priority at our budget retreat. I wanted to be sure we devoted county funds to implementing the Early Childhood Action Plan. Over 5 years ago, I think the State of the Young Children's Report came out with recommendations that align with the things that you all have been working on. And I appreciate the fact that there's now an infrastructure for beginning to implement some of those recommendations that are part of what you all have laid out already. And I just really appreciate the holistic approach, which is one reason I picked this. If you pick Early Childhood Action Plan, you're actually choosing 21 other things that could be priorities. And so I really appreciate that and like that about it. A real public health approach. Trying to get to the root cause of the disparities and also looking upstream. I just appreciate that. And I appreciate how much the goals are cross-cutting, and they do indeed align with our board's strategic priorities, some of which Wendy mentioned. And it's multi-generational. It's about investing in children. It's about investing in families, both ends. So I'm just really, I'm 100% behind this, and am so very grateful for your leadership and for the leadership of our community who's come together around this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners, and thank you so much, David, Kate, and Bonnie. 2018, being the president of the North Carolina Association of Counties, my initiative was that all children thrive. And the thing that we learned across the state, that children cannot thrive without their parents, without economic survival. If they're not doing well, parents are not doing well economically, children cannot thrive. So today, that initiative still lives across the state, that counties took it on. And the food security is one of the things that the new president has taken on as his initiative, is around food security. So these things that we're talking about, and David, you mentioned it, that the governor took on this initiative that you have right now around our children. So children has been and continue to be one of the most important things that we do in this community, and as a board that we continue to support on every way possible. So we thank you today for the work that you're doing. Thank you for the presentation, and keep letting us know what we need to do to support you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Will do. Thank you so much. If it's okay, actually, there's just one other thing I wanted to say. I appreciated so much Commissioner Burns and Commissioner Carter's points about this being a holistic plan, but also having attention to racial equity and to everything that you all have lifted up. And I think that these types of recommendations are what you get when you invest in an approach that brings parents, particularly parents who are experiencing the most harm, to the table and providing many seats at the table, not just a seat. And so I just appreciate the buy-in from the board about this particular approach. So thank you all so much for listening and for being supporters.
Kate, I just want to say one thing about when you talk about racial equity. What I'm praying for this community, that we don't give this conversation lip service. And if that comment is not directed to you, it's directed to everybody in this community that continue to lift up racial equity. My conversation is that we don't just have lip service around this conversation. Thank you. Okay. All right, let's move on to the next item. Our next item is Durham Master Aging Plan. So the board is requested to review the Durham Master Aging Plan presentation and ask any questions that they may wish. We have Melissa Black, Durham's Partnership for Seniors Coordinator, and Sheila Howard, Master Aging Plan Facilitators, presenting this item. And Melissa, reading through the slides, we noticed that I noticed that you had 40 slides there. So, we'd like to see what we can do around your presentation, because that would take us longer than the time is allocated for this item.
Hi, Chair Harrowton. So, I mean, I think I did receive an email from Joanne Pierce about shortening it to about 20 to 25 minutes. So I think that we could do that. I think it would be rather ambitious, but we are happy to move through this presentation and share the information with you.
Thank you.
So I just want to confirm that, Shalisa, are you on as well?
Yep, I'm here. Good morning.
Okay, perfect. Oh, there's my camera. I was like trying to fix my camera. Again, thank you to the commissioners for allowing us to share the Durham Master Aging Plan. This is a process that we did in 2018 and 19. We spent a year developing this plan. And so the end product is that we drafted a plan that consists of 9 domains of livability and their definitions, includes 12 goal statements, 94 strategies, and over 150 indicators. The county funded the development of this plan, and so now we need to kind of think about next steps about implementation. Obviously, there being a cost associated with implementation, as it's similar to the action plan that we just heard from the Durham Children's Initiative. It's a lot of cross-sector collaboration, various different working groups to then move the development of the plan into an action team planning part. So I'm going to let Shalisa go forward with the presentation.
Thank you, Melissa, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. We're excited to share this overview of the Durham Master Aging Plan. Next slide, please. So we're going to do a quick review of the Master Aging Plan timeline. As Melissa said, this is a process that began in 2018. and we completed near the end of 2019. We also want to share with you the overview of the mission, values, visions, and also the stakeholders in the process that we used, and also some initial recommendations for next steps. And we also want to provide also today an update about current projects that engage a lot of the older adults that participated in the planning process that are focused around COVID-19, including COVID-19 education, testing, and now COVID-19 vaccination. Next slide, please. So here are some numbers around the current and projected demographics for older adults in Durham County that are 60 plus. So by 2028, not very far from where we are right now, there's estimated to be almost another like 8,000 older adults in Durham. Next slide, please. Here's another breakdown of just the demographics and also the percentage of older adults overall within Durham as far as age groups. Next slide, please. And so we're looking at these different demographics and realizing that there's a need for us to come together as community members, but also other stakeholders like the city and county agencies, community-based organizations, and older adults to think about how can we make Durham a more livable and age-friendly community. And for us, when we say livable and age-friendly, we're talking about a great place to grow up and also to grow old, because age-friendly also means it is friendly for everyone, for all age groups. Next slide, please. So here are some of the goals of livability. They come from AARP. I'm not going to read them to you, but there's about, I think, 9 different goals of livability. So next slide. 8, sorry. And then the next slide. So what we did with this process was, next slide, please. We looked at the Durham County strategic plan, and we looked at the goals of the strategic plan, and we decided that we would align our planning process and our outcomes to goal 2, strategy 2.2, around being an age-friendly community for the county. And then we also looked at the city's, next slide, priorities and strategic plan, and also realized that we wanted to make sure this plan also aligned with the city's strategic plan as far as building a community that allows residents to live, work, and play safely, free of harm and hazards, as well as fostering a cohesive, engaged, and diverse community. Next slide, please. So we began in January 2019 with first working with AARP to get together an application, a letter of support. A steering committee was also formed around that time. The steering committee drafted the initial vision, mission, and values for the master aging plan, but they did change and evolve because as we worked with everyone through this process, we also refined our vision, mission, and values. And then in March of 2019, there was a kickoff event where older adults were invited to learn about the master aging plan process, invited to participate, and they also participated in a racial equity training at that time. So then from there, we developed our livability working groups. There were 5 livability working groups, and then beginning in April until October, those 5 livability working groups met each month to work on the domain definitions and also the goal statements. And then in August, we had a mid-year check-in. Next slide, please. After we had the mid-year check-in where we shared what had been developed by the working groups, we then came back together. Each working group then developed strategies and indicators in October, November. The steering committee then wrapped up the planning process by looking at what we had done and also looked at how other communities had implemented their master aging plans, and also making sure that we had implemented or incorporated all the cross-cutting issues throughout of the master aging plan. And there's a slide in here that talks about the cross-cutting issues. And then we got kind of sidetracked, or off track, I should say, by COVID, and we were not able to come back together until around May to have a virtual Durham Master Aging Plan celebration that included many of the older adults who had participated in the process. Next slide, please. So here's the Durham mission. This is really around, the cross-sector collaboration with the community members. Also, we also want to make sure that Durham is celebrating aging as well as meeting the needs and engage the strengths of all residents towards the goal of building a safe, affordable, accessible, connected, and inclusive community for all ages through its master aging plan. And then our vision, next slide, please. Durham is a thriving, vibrant, diverse, and inclusive community that respects and values aging adults of all races, abilities, socioeconomic status. It offers abundant opportunities for all residents to engage, live, work, worship, learn, play, and age in the community with dignity by building a sense of belonging. By building a sense of belonging was something that was really important for this, the folks who developed this plan. They didn't just want to say, oh, we want to be inclusive, or we want to have diversity. We wanted folks to feel like Durham as a community that's age-friendly and all-friendly, is that there's also a sense of belonging, that people feel like Durham is their home, Durham is their community. Next slide, please. Here are our MAP values. Again, the steering committee developed in the initial set, and then working with the other community members, especially at the May check-in meeting, August check-in meeting, I should say, we added on to the MAP values. Next slide, please. And here are some of the committee members, the steering committee members who represent different stakeholders in our community, including Durham city and county agencies, local community-based organizations, healthcare providers, and also some local advocacy groups. And next slide, please. So for AARP, they have 9 different domains of livability. And so we basically, actually there's 8 domains of livability. Durham added on a 9th, elder abuse, neglect, and fraud, because we're always ambitious. And from those 9 domains, we then developed 5 livability working groups. So the 5 groups that are listed on the right side of the slide, those were the groups that developed the actual plan. Next slide. We started off with domain definitions. Then from there, we developed goal statements, strategies, and indicators. Next slide, please. And our design process. So a big part of our design process was making sure that there was alignment between the domain's components, as well as checking in about language and concepts. We wanted to make sure that the language used in the master aging plan was accessible to folks, but also the working group members, that we were on the same page when we were using different concepts, different languages. We also wanted to make sure that as we went through the design process, that there was information being shared about emerging initiatives at the local and state level that were relevant to the map and the quality of life for older adults. So in 2019, for example, there was a lot of intention around the housing bond. So we had a lot of conversation about that. There was also a lot of attention around what was happening at the state level with the development and deployment of NC Care 360. So we wanted to make sure that throughout this process, we were checking in and making sure that we knew what was happening at the local and state level. And we also wanted to make sure there was ongoing stakeholder engagement. So a big part of the design process was that we had an open door policy. If you were an interested stakeholder in Durham and you're interested in aging, you were invited and welcome to participate in the process. And also older adults who represent themselves as individuals were encouraged and invited to participate in the steering committee. So we wanted to make sure there was ongoing stakeholder engagement, as well as reaching out and finding out who else in the community we should invite to participate in this process. Next slide, please. So here are the cross-cutting issues that we include in the map. We want to make sure that in each aspect of the map, these cross-cutting issues were part of it. And one thing I think when we were finished with the process, we realized that to really move this master aging plan forward, it really is going to depend on not only direct engagement, but also centering the needs and the experiences and expertise of older adults who face several challenges because either their social economic status, their racial identity or gender identity, or just where they are as far as different social needs in the community. So that's our cross-cutting issues slide. Next slide, please. And we also do this framework called the Words of Systems Change to help us also work at the different cross-cutting issues. This model around the systems change is saying that, you know, for us to have true systems change, there's basically 6 different conditions that we need to change. And so we wanted to make sure that we incorporate this too, looking at policies, practices, resource flows, power dynamics, but also those mental models, those different frameworks and ideas, thoughts, biases that we all carry around within us. How do we change that and begin to move towards more transformative change? Next slide, please. Here, I think I'll kind of skip these because I know we are kind of running short against time, but these are just some examples of how the map aligns with some current initiatives. We could probably just zoom through these next 3-4 slides. Next slide, please. So there was the domain definition for outdoor spaces. Next slide. And how it aligned with the city of Durham's Durham Roadmap to Sustainability. Next slide, please. Community support and health systems, senior hunger and nutrition, the domain definition. And next slide. And again, how it aligned with some of the work that's happening with other things in our community, like developing and deploying NC Care 360. And next slide. Elder abuse, neglect, and exploitation. And again, how this aligns with some other work that's happening within our community. The next slide, please. And next slide, please. So in September, when we were almost finished with the map process, the steering committee came together and they wanted to know what was going on, but also we wanted to see how other communities have implemented the Master Aging Plan. Next slide, please. So we looked at examples from Orange County, North Carolina, is our next door neighbor. Also from Portland. Also, we looked at implementation strategies in DC, used by Washington, DC. And also the steering committee realized that for us to implement this plan, that there needs to be some infrastructure. Some of the infrastructure has already been identified via the working groups. So here are 2 examples. Next slide, please. But we also realized that we need to think about, for example, what should be the role of the steering committee moving forward? What should be the role of the working groups moving forward? And also, is there a possibility for Durham to have a backbone organization that would steer this Master Aging Plan implementation phase? Next slide, please. So some of the ideas that the steering committee came up with at that time was thinking about how to expand its membership, also how to leverage other opportunities to engage older adults, and also, of course, exploring funding opportunities to support the infrastructure for implementation. Next slide, please. So here are our initial plans. I think they've kind of changed now. This, again, I think we were scheduled to meet with the board in March this time last year. And so I think this slide has maybe changed a little bit, but I think there is still a lot of momentum and interest in moving the map forward. And so how do we do this? How do we develop that steering committee? How do we keep the working groups going together? And also, what will it take for us to implement this plan? Next slide, please. So then we had our celebration in May. Again, it was a virtual celebration where we invited everyone who participated just to say, okay, we finished, let's step back, let's have some fun. Next slide, please. And since then, since May of last year, there's also been a similar group of stakeholders who participated in the Master Aging Plan get together and form a group called the Durham Partnership for Seniors and More COVID-19 Response, Making Connections While Distancing. And here's a list of all the partners who participated, who are participating in this partnership. Next slide, please. So this group, we got together, and one of the things we decided to do was there was a focus around mitigating social isolation for older adults, but also other kinds of social drivers of health, like food, like just information about COVID. And so the group decided to get together and come up with this project called the Community Health Promoter Project. And the project's goal basically was to, how do we mitigate the social drivers of health exacerbated by COVID-19, but also how do we connect older adults and other historically marginalized populations to resources. So things like telephone reassurance programs, resources like testing, but also medically accurate information about COVID-19. Next slide. So we were able to recruit about 30 natural leaders called community health promoters. About half of the group are older adults living in senior public housing. And then about another, I would say 25% of the group are promotoras working with El Centro Hispano, and the rest of the group are residents of public housing here in Durham, and who are also working with some of the local community-based organizations. The main role of the community health promoters was to connect community members to resources and to disseminate clear, consistent, and medically accurate info about COVID-19. And another strategy for this group was also increasing the capacity of the Triangle Nonprofit and Leadership Center to mobilize and match volunteers. Next slide, please. I'm just going to focus on the community health promoters piece, because that was the piece that I worked on also. So from July to September, each week, the community health promoters participated in weekly peer-to-peer learning education sessions. We had sessions about a variety of topics, updates around what was happening in COVID in Durham, how to manage your health during COVID, mental health, dementia, and caregiving during COVID. There were several topics. And then each week, the community health promoters, their charge was to share this information with their community members. Next slide, please. So since we've finished this project ended in August. This group is still continuing to meet, but more on an ad hoc basis, basically to do some more peer-to-peer learning, some more capacity development, but also networking. Next slide. One of the things that we have been working on with the community health promoters, particularly the older adults who participate in the community health promoter project, is disseminating information about vaccination. So here you see two flyers, one in Spanish, one in English, that the community health promoters have been disseminating, sharing with their community members around how to get an appointment for vaccinations, but also how to secure transportation to those appointments. And next slide. And that is all we have to share with you today. Thank you so much for allowing us to have this time with you.
You are awesome. And I apologize for our calendar being so packed today that you needed to rush through that, because it's some incredible information. And being one of those seniors, I want to hear everything, and I've read through it over and over again, and we want the community to hear about it as well, because we do, as you said, we've got a lot of seniors in this community. And, one of the things that I think about a lot is just crossing the street. As a senior, if the lights change too fast, you can't even get across the street in time. So before somebody's blowing the horn telling you to hurry up. So I just wanted to let you know that I understand that the time was not sufficient for you to be really drilled down into all of your presentations. But I just want to thank you and acknowledge that, and give the commissioners an opportunity to make comments. Commissioner Long.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. Thank you so much, Melissa and Shalisa, for this presentation. Yeah, you guys, 40 slides that quickly. I'm impressed. I had 2 questions, and it's something in respect to time, you can pass it along to us via email. I was just wondering, when it comes to transportation with the group, how have you seen in the involvement of bringing more seniors to the table when we're talking about like the Durham Transit Access Program, and trying to make sure that there's seniors at the table having conversations about how do we make sure that they have access to access? And then my second question was, is there any work being done partnering with the city? I remember in their first round of participatory budgeting, they passed for each ward ramps construction. So I was wondering what type of work is being done from the county side, if any, to kind of promote for community members to take advantage of that program.
So I'll answer that. So in terms of transportation, there was a lot of input during our livability working groups about that issue. And I think now that the Durham and the city have consolidated their access program, so there's just one call-in number, I think that has streamlined, ease of eligibility. That being said, there is free transportation to and from the COVID-19 vaccines. And so I think right now our older adults are having a hard time wrapping their heads around of socially distance, socially distance, socially distance, but now I'm going to get on van with people to go get the vaccine. So I think, just kind of holistically looking at all of this and kind of mapping that out. But yes, we are actively engaged with transportation. We acknowledge that the new comprehensive plan is being developed. And so we had, a couple of players from that planning group participate in our livability work session. So trying to synergize the master aging plan with the comprehensive plan that's being developed right now to make sure that the aging lens is being incorporated into that plan. And in terms of ramps, we do try to disseminate information about some of the great work that the community development program is doing with the city of Durham, neighborhood improvement services. Right now, there's a lot of energy and work around rent and eviction. I know that the Department of Social Services has given a big chunk of money to the city of Durham to kind of help manage that. So there is always a constant communication of information amongst our stakeholders and partners. I hope that answered your question. And I did want to just kind of illustrate too, like Shalisa described the community health promoter project. And so that was an example of, even though the map wasn't implemented, we had spent a whole year talking about it, and community health promoters are really just on our forefront. And through the process of the master aging plan, we realized how important and how key they are, and true champions of the folks that they live with and work with. And so that just seemed like a very natural idea amongst the folks that were already working together to say, hey, even though we're not funded to implement this master aging plan, this is a great idea, let's run with it. So I don't want you guys to think that we developed this plan a year ago and we've not really thought about it or done it. We are continuing to see what we can do with it going forward.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Burns.
I think Commissioner Carter had her hand up before me, but she doesn't mind. Okay, no, I'm quick. I wrote mine down. So
Okay.
One, I want to say thank you for to the presenters, because one of the things that you highlighted, you said there were 8 indicators, but you all added a 9th, and that was elder abuse. And I caught that. And so the reason why I did catch that one is huge. It is absolutely huge. And you have it on your Durham map domain livability and your Durham map livability working group. You added it under 9 and 3. The reason why that's important to me, I think a lot of times when we talk about elder abuse, it is one of those things where people feel uncomfortable talking about it because they consider themselves soft targets. And that is not the case. The real case is they are hard targets. People want to come because the assumption is you are retired, your children are not here, there's a spouse that might have passed away, and that you have this lifetime worth of savings. So you are now a hard target, and an identity thief wants to come after you. So as I look, I'm thinking about that mindset, and I'm looking at your partners. I didn't see a lot of state partners. And I want you all to know this is not a criticism, it's coming from a place. So when we think about, the North Carolina Department of Insurance, they have their SHIP program, or they do. When we think about the Attorney General's office, they have a program where they come out and make a presentation. When we think about the Secretary of State's office, they come out and they do a presentation on investment fraud. I just want to make sure, because you all did mention AARP, and I remember when I was at the Attorney General's office, and that was 80% of my work was elder abuse and elder fraud and identity theft. And so when we came to Durham, we often only went to AARP meetings. I would just like to say, I want us to make sure that we're keeping our statewide partners here, because they do have some really great information. They do so at no charge. And I also want to make sure that we're enlisting additional partners, because as y'all know, you got to pay to be in AARP, and everybody doesn't have that. So those are just some things that I want to keep on, because for me, there's some groups on here I don't see. It's a great list. I'm looking at it, but I would love to see some other groups added to this list, and maybe invite you all out to do this plan here, to do this same presentation there. So again, not a criticism, just to get it out. I also want to say thank you to Commissioner Howerton, because and I'll be following up with you ladies about who I think might be interested in this presentation. Because I remember when Commissioner Jacobs emailed and I emailed, and we said we wanted this on the agenda, she made it happen. So thank you for that. And I know because it was a quick turnaround. And it is another reason why this agenda is packed, because we requested it. So those are just the two things. Keep the state partners there and help me help you reach outside of the AARP bubble. And I love AARP. Let me be very clear. I can't wait to be a member, right? But thank you for this.
Yeah, I mean, we realized that during the process, we were missing some key stakeholders. And so I think during the implementation or getting ready for implementation, there will be need for a stakeholder engagement process to bring in those partners that we know that were not a part of the initial process.
Thank you, Ms. Marquez. Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. I just also want to thank Melissa and Shalisa for the excellent presentation. And I think that the framework for this plan and the planning process also just so solid, so strong. And I promise the reason I say that is not because on the Ides of March, I enter the 60-year-old category, but I will. It's more because of the cross-sector collaboration that went into this again. And it makes me wonder if part of that cross-sector collaboration will also be fully engaged in the implementation. Really do want you to have the resources that you need to implement your plan. I love the community health promoter. I'm so glad you were able to get that off the ground. Congratulations on that. It seems like a very impactful strategy from your plan, and I'm glad that you've been able to get that going. But are you also making an ask of the city during these budget deliberations for any sort of funding support for plan implementation?
So I know that previously we did come before the joint city-county planning, and I don't know if that would be an appropriate next step, because I do agree that it's, it benefits both the county and the city to have this plan, and both should probably be equal contributors. Mayor Schul was very excited to share our master aging plan during one of the livability sessions that were held, I think this past fall. And so he was very excited to share that. And so I think obviously they're also engaged, but yes, maybe the next appropriate step would to be go before city county planning.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, thank you, Melissa and Shalisa, and everybody knows this is one of my areas of passion, and I want to thank both of you for your work. And similar to what we heard with the ECAP, you have really engaged people in the community. Commissioner Howerton and I were both there at the kickoff, and we saw, a room over at Health and Human Services. It was just packed with like 100 people in all the different working groups with cross-section of people in our community. And, this is really important because our seniors are our fastest growing sector of our population and are the most vulnerable people in our community. Just like COVID has impacted our children, it's also our seniors. We know with food insecurity, social isolation, how hard it's been on them. And we know from the data that was part of this process, I remember that we have a very high percentage of single Black women that are homeowners, property owners, who are really challenged when we think about, our tax relief and keeping people in their homes so they can age in place. So my question now is related to every plan. It's just a plan unless it gets implemented. And so I'm really concerned about the implementation and making sure that we move forward with that. So if you could bring forward to us an ask, because we're in the budget process now, exactly what is it that you need? I saw something referencing one FTE for 3 years will be needed. I saw something else. Shalisa, you said 25,000 to implement per year. And I think Commissioner Carter is absolutely right. We started out with doing a joint city-county livability assessment. This crosses city and county. Commissioner Howerton mentioned crossing the street with lights. That's exactly part of this. you need to look at what the timers are on our lights and make sure they're slow enough for children and seniors. But so if you could bring forward what you need, what you recommend, and just like what Commissioner Long presented, a joint position for an immigrant and refugee position, I would really like to see that. And my other question is related to our official designation by ARP and the World Health Organization. I know we have a timeline. Could you bring us up to date? Have we submitted our plan? And then we have 2 years to submit the plan, but then we have 3 years to implement it. So where are we at that timeline for being age-friendly designation?
Sure. So we are well within our timeline. So we did take the 2 years. I mean, I think we're coming up on the end of year 2 for the development of the plan. My preference is when we submit the action plan, which is our master aging plan, my preference is to have a clear idea of implementation and if and how much and what will be funded before submitting it. And then, yes, you are correct. We do have 3 years before we have to report to AARP and the World Health Organization, our updates. I think it's probably good practice, especially if we do have like a full-time coordinator for the master aging plan, that they do probably submit like an annual, just so we can kind of keep track of it. But yeah, so we are well within our limits, but we are coming up. We're coming up to the end of our planning phase.
Okay, then perfect timing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So again, I want to say thank you. And Melissa, in regards to what Commissioner Jacobs just said, if you are going to submit something to us, you need to submit it to Joanne Pierce. Okay. And you're in communication with her, not to the board committee.
Yeah.
Because it would have to come through her area, and she'd have to make sure that it's in her budget.
Okay, I will do that.
Right. Thank you. And this is really, and I could tell you that there are so many seniors that I'm looking at the list, and just recently, I had a senior that was at home by themselves and they didn't have anybody there taking care of them, and they had surgery. They were not able to get around. And what I was able to do is call our DSS department and have someone check in on them to make sure that they were okay. Otherwise, they would be at home by themselves, not being able to have food or any of those things. And connect them to Meals on Wheels. All those things are so important in our community to our seniors. So I just say thank you for the work that you're doing. We appreciate it.
Yes,
and we look forward to hearing more.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, commissioners, we will move on to our next item. And the next item is 0170. It's the State of North Carolina 2021 Disparity Study Highlights. This is a 30-minute item. And on January 4th, the board received an update on the Durham County MWBE program efforts. And as a follow-up, the board requested to receive an update to the recent State of North Carolina 2021 disparity study. We have Tammy Hall, Director Assistant to the Secretary for HUB Outreach, with us to share the information from this report. Welcome, Tammy. And we have Farad Ali, we have Ms. Perry, and Rodney Strong here today. So thank you. Did I miss anybody? There's Bridget as well. So thank you for being here.
Good morning, Madam Chair. It's certainly a pleasure, commissioners, county staff. It's certainly a pleasure to be here with you this morning. As you guys all know, this is home for me, Durham, and it's always an enjoyment and incitement when I can come and talk to hometown folks about what's going on here in the state of North Carolina. So thank you so very much. Before I turn this over to our consultants to go through, this task in itself was a huge undertaking for the state of North Carolina. We had not had a disparity study here in the state for over a decade. Now, many of you are familiar with disparity studies because local governments do them all the time. But certainly for a state to take on such an awesome assignment is, very rare and far between. There are states that have done them, but certainly not to the magnitude of what we've done here in North Carolina. From all counts that we have, this is the largest study in the country, having reviewed over 10 million purchasing records to come to you today with findings and recommendations. I think the only state we can think of coming this close and based on our research would be Texas, and that would have been early 2000s. So certainly this task was quite interesting, and at many times I wanted to say this is just not going to happen, but we stayed the course, and we're happy today that we can share with you that we have fully completed our review. And we are satisfied with what we have found, and we are moving forward with recommendations and implementation. So I'm going to now turn it over to a very familiar face of many of you here in Durham, Attorney Rodney Strong, and certainly partnered up with local would be Bridget Wall-Lennon, B Wall Consulting. So without further, Attorney Strong, are you on?
I am, and thank you, Ms. Hall, and Commission Chairman and members of the Commission. It's an honor to be here. My name is Rodney Strong. I'm the CEO of Griffin & Strong. We're a law and public policy consulting firm, and we conducted the last 2 disparity studies for Durham County. So we're very familiar with Durham County as an entity, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be with you all again. Without further ado, I'm going to go through the presentation. If we can just go through the next slide, and I can tell you a little bit about what we've done. This disparity study had certain study parameters. We had a study period beginning in 2014, fiscal year 2014, and going through fiscal year 2018. We looked at 5 different industry categories: construction, architectural and engineering, professional services, other services, and goods. One of the things that the court decisions that govern this area require is that you determine where 75% or more of your goods and services are purchased. For all of those categories, 75% or more of the goods and services are purchased in the state of North Carolina, which means that North Carolina is the relevant geographic market for this study. And we looked at 10 cabinet agencies, 9 Council of State agencies, 10 support agencies in our first volume. And we created a second volume, which has 58 colleges and community colleges and 21 universities and related institutions. We broke it into 2 volumes because collecting the data from the colleges and universities was taking a lot longer than getting this information from the state agencies. And so we went on and ran the numbers for those separately, and it worked out well because we have therefore 2 separate sets of numbers. If we can go to that next slide. So a disparity study really is dictated by the courts. There was a court decision, City of Richmond versus J.A. Croson in 1989, that says that if you're going to have any type of affirmative action program, if you're going to try to remediate any past discrimination that has occurred in the marketplace, it's necessary for the government to determine whether there's a compelling governmental interest. And a disparity study is the method by which we do that. The first measure that you use in a disparity study is a measure of availability. And we look at companies that have demonstrated an interest in doing business with the government, that are located in the relevant market, which in this case is the state of North Carolina, and that performs in the relevant industry categories. We also look for firms that have the capacity, that have demonstrated that they have the capacity to do the work. And we use a tool called a regression analysis to determine whether or not firms that have put themselves forward to do work have the characteristics that one would look for in a firm that would do work by comparing it with a control group. And so we look at a number of factors in our regression analysis to show and determine whether race, ethnicity, gender are factors and in the impediment to the success of MWBs and obtaining awards in the marketplace. We go to the next slide. So looking at using our availability measures, and as Ms. Hall pointed out, we looked at millions of records in North Carolina. We basically determined that for state agencies, you've got total MWBE participation of about 33.5 in construction, 31 in A&E, 29 in professional services, 12 in other services, and 7 in goods. We also disaggregated the data by ethnicity and gender. So you see down the left-hand corner, that column, Black American, Asian American, Hispanic American, American Indian, total MBE, and then a separate number for non-minority females, all leading to the yellow line that you see, which is your total MBE utilization. So that's your availability number. And then when it comes to utilization, if we can go to the next slide, it just gives you a breakdown of the utilization. You can see that there's a substantial underutilization in virtually every category by looking at, the numbers and comparing them. You see we're only at about 1.8% participation in construction for MBEs, about 5 for WBEs, A&E, about 2 for MBEs, about 7 for WBEs, professional services, less than 1% for MBE firms, about 1.5% for WBE firms. Other services, those numbers are very low for MBE firms at 1.3 and even lower for WBEs at 0.68. And then in goods, you're under 1% for both MBEs and WBEs. If we can go to the next slide. So our overall finding was that there is a statistically significant underutilization of minority and women-owned firms in all 5 industry categories in North Carolina state contracting. That statistical information, coupled with our anecdotal information, which we gathered through interviews and through public hearings and through surveys and through a number of other techniques, give us a determination that there is a compelling governmental interest for the state of North Carolina to take action to ensure that there's equal opportunity, equal business opportunity in the state of North Carolina. We can go to the next slide. So as I mentioned, we broke out colleges and universities, community colleges and universities separately. You see the numbers are a little bit different. We still disaggregated by ethnicity and gender. If you look at the yellow line, it gives you the baseline numbers, which are 36% in construction, 22% in A&E, 34% in professional services, 28% in other services, 20% in goods. So we see our availability number there. And if we go to this next slide, it will give us a similar breakdown to what we saw before. If we can go to the next slide, please. So we see it with colleges and universities. We see construction, very low utilization, 2.8 for MBEs, 9% for WBEs, A&E, 2.4 for MBEs, 3 for WBEs, professional services, less than 1 percentage point for both MBEs and WBEs. Other services, less than a percentage point for MBEs, a little bit over a percentage point for WBEs. Goods, about 5 for MBEs and about 3 for WBEs. And if we can just go to this next slide now. So our overall findings are that we found a statistically significant underutilization of minority and women-owned firms in all 5 industry categories, except Asian American firms in the category of goods with the North Carolina community colleges and university contracting. We saw parity there in that one particular category for that one ethnicity. And if we can go to this next slide. So our overall findings are that a regression analysis found disparities by race, ethnicity, or gender status of the firm owners remained after we controlled for capacity and other race and gender neutral factors. And the statistical evidence found support in the anecdotal and marketplace disparities evidence. That's basically the anecdotal evidence and the survey data that I referenced earlier. If we can go to the next slide. So we made a number of recommendations, and I'm going to turn it over to our local partner, Bridget Wall of BL Wall Consulting.
Thank you, Rodney. Good morning, Madam Chair, and to my other elected official colleagues on the Durham County Board of Commissioners. I am one of the local partners for the Griffin and Strong team for the state of North Carolina's disparity study. BL Wall Consulting was instrumental in conducting the policy interviews for the disparity study, as well as anecdotal interviews, which were conducted interviews with business owners, but also we conducted the custom census surveys, which looked at the availability of businesses, those businesses who are ready, willing, and able to do business with the state of North Carolina. And I would just like to walk you through some of the recommendations and kind of give you a little bit more of background information around the recommendations. The first recommendation is to strengthen the HUB program by including full-time HUB coordinators with each agency, and to strengthen the HUB office's enforcement authority. And primarily what we're looking or recommending here for the HUB office is that many of the agencies that fall under the purview of the state's program, that being university, the university system, community colleges, various state agencies, for them to have a full-time coordinator, which would help push out the program initiatives and policies of the state of North Carolina's HUB program. But to also give the HUB office enforcement authority. And what is meant by that is that over the years, the HUB office did compliance reviews to make sure that various agencies were in compliance with the governor's executive orders and general statutes around HUB utilization. And so this is to just strengthen the HUB office's authority to put forward and move forward with the state's minority and women business program. The second recommendation is to review and revise the home rule requirements to give local jurisdictions more flexibility in applying good faith efforts and establishing small business reserve programs. And really what we mean here when we talk about home rule requirements is just to give local governments, municipalities, enabling legislation to put into place their MWBE programs, to put policy in place if they have had a disparity study. And oftentimes you have to maybe get a waiver from the state or get enabling legislation to put in place your own MWBE program outside of what the state may have. So this is just to give a little more leadway for the HUB office to look at any type of legislation that may, or administrative rules that may need to be changed to allow a little more flexibility around local programs, but to also take a look at the 50-point policy. We got a lot of feedback about the good faith effort policies, that it was somewhat mechanical, more so than really substantive. So there was a lot of feedback about just making sure that the 50 points were robust and strong. The other point behind this recommendation number 2 is to allow local governments to have a small business program, and this would allow for a race neutral and race gender program. We oftentimes know that when you have a small business program, that is a good way to increase minority and women business participation, because oftentimes in a small business program, it's a way for the MWBE HUB firms to bid as prime contractors, prime consultants on various projects, and this also helps them to build their capacity. The third recommendation is to institute MWBE subcontracting goals in addition to annual goals based upon availability. And so what we mean here is to put into place project specific or contract specific goals to have so our recommendation is to have an overall aspirational goal, program goal, but to put more specific project goals. So thus really pushing forward to have MWBE subcontracting goals project by project, on a project by project basis. Okay, next slide, please. Number 4 is to require robust good faith efforts. Again, as I mentioned earlier, there was quite a bit of feedback around good faith efforts, and for those public entities where they have to move forward with the good faith effort initiatives, is to make sure that there is meaningful good faith efforts. And so this is to allow the HUB office to go back and just really determine if the enumeration of good faith efforts and the points aligned to them really line up to that 50 points? Are there some things that, possibly could be changed to make sure we have a more robust good faith effort? The fifth recommendation is to institute size standards for hub certification to benefit smaller firms. We received quite a bit of feedback regarding this, and this has been conversation over the years around whether or not there should be size standards for hub certification, whether it falls in line with the SBA's guidelines around size standards. But some of the feedback that was received when doing the disparity study is that you have large corporations, large businesses who are hub certified, and it makes it really difficult for some of the more smaller MWBE firms to compete. And so as we go through this implementation stage, we'll look at best practices, look to see what other organizations, entities around the country are doing as it relates to size standards, whether that means you have a graduation clause or whether it means you have tiers to certification. Then that's one of the things that we're recommending, that size standards be considered for hub certification. Of course, if the size standards are put in place, then that would also dictate how, when contracts are awarded, whether or not MWBE firms are the ones who will just receive those awards. If you're, certified, then that counts towards your participation. So we know that just based on a lot of feedback, that the size standard has been something that a lot of practitioners as well as hub firms have asked to be looked into. And so this is one of the recommendations that shook out of the disparity study. The sixth recommendation is to create a small business reserve program that only allows small businesses to bid on certain size contracts. We know that this is a really great way to increase capacity for minority and women business firms. And oftentimes, based on the parameters for a small business program, it's going to capture a very high percentage of your minority and women business firms. So if you have a small business program, the Hub office has put in, they've already started working towards a small business program. And so while some of these are recommendations, they are also accommodations because the Hub office was doing some of these things. But we believe that creating a small business reserve program that only allows these businesses to bid on public funded and state projects would increase their participation and capacity. Next slide, please. The seventh recommendation is to provide or facilitate supportive services to better assist hub firms to be prepared to bid on state contracts. The Hub office currently provides supportive services, but our recommendation is to increase the funding for supportive services, because we know that from the results of the disparity study, many of these firms need managerial and technical assistance, whether it's understanding how to respond to requests for proposals or bids, whether it's just understanding the state's requirements or a public entity's requirements for bidding. And so we know that supportive services is something that is needed. In particular, given what has taken place with COVID, we realize that many of our small business firms, minority and women business firms, in particular, Black-owned, Hispanic-owned firms have been hit the hardest. And so providing those supportive services helps to prepare these businesses as they move forward with the state's program. Number 8 is to implement mandatory subcontracting goals on large contracts to create more opportunities. This is a recommendation wherein the Hub office can look at mandating subcontracting goals, not only in construction, where you have specific general statutes around construction, but to also have a comparable type of program for goods and services. We know that the state, as well as many other public sectors, release really large professional service contracts, really large contracts around goods and services. And so to have a subcontracting goal for those would be helpful to those Hub firms that work in those particular spaces. The 9th recommendation, and this is also a commendation in that the state of North Carolina does a pretty decent job around bonding and insurance, but our recommendation is to continue to look at bonding and insurance requirements to make sure that the levels that are required are necessary. In other words, we don't want to have bonding and insurance requirements that are prohibitive to small business firms being able to participate in public sector contracting and procurement opportunities. Next slide, please. The 10th recommendation is to use a balanced scorecard to closely monitor utilization and establish measures of accountability for hub firm growth. This really talks about the qualitative approach to increasing minority business participation, not as so much always putting the focus on the quantitative piece of it, like, you know, are the goals met. But this scorecard would allow the hub office to look at the growth of these business firms. How many firms were first-time prime contractors to the state of North Carolina? What was some of the growth in terms of their subcontracting opportunities? What was the growth in terms of their capacity building? And so whether you call it a dashboard or a scorecard, this just would allow the hub office to monitor utilization, but also establish measurable, accountable types of tangible ways to look at the growth of these hub firms. And then the 11th recommendation is to apply remedial programs consistently wherever state dollars are expended. And so we know that for various entities may have to use the hub program, that we want the hub office to be able to have consistency across the board, wherein if any public funds are expended, that there is consistency in terms of what these programs look like, from the way you do your outreach to the way you count your participation. Next slide, please. And then as we talk about data reform, this is something that is always really important whenever you have a disparity study, in that you have to garner so much data in order to take a look at, you know, what has been spent. And I'll ask Rodney to jump in a little bit further on this, because he and Tammy, you know, as a team, we know it was very, very difficult for us to get the data. We were trying to obtain data from state agencies, community colleges, and from the state universities, and all of them have different accounting systems. And so that was a really arduous task for the project team to garner this data. So we want to make sure that we have some type of system in place where the data is uniformly maintained. We want to be able to centralize data for the community colleges and universities. Some collect data on actual dollars spent, some collect just on award dollars, which is, you know, commitment dollars. And so you want to be able to have a data collection system that allows you to look at commitment dollars versus actual dollars as well. And then you want to be able to track subcontractor data on all firms, non-MBE firms as well as WBE firms. And that just helps you to be able to report out accurately what your spend looks like. And we know going forward that data is going to be very important. I'm going to turn it over to Rodney at this point to speak a little bit more about that data. He and Tammy, if they want to add more to that.
Yeah, I'm just going to add that with regard to the data reform, these are recommendations that we recommend for the state, but of course they're good recommendations across the board, particularly tracking all subcontractor data to the extent that you require, many entities require that firms list all the MWBEs they're going to use as subcontractors, but don't require them to list all the subcontractors. But it's important to list all the subcontractors so you have a universal pool of subcontracting so that you can make an accurate availability estimate. And so that's a really important factor. And of course, just making sure that there's a consistent capture of data. So the data reform is an important recommendation that we made. And then if we just go to that final slide, and if we can just go to that next slide, please. Okay. This is just a slide that just tells you what we're doing overall. I'm going to wrap up by just saying we're in the implementation phase with the state of North Carolina now. We're developing a strategy. We're doing a policy review. We're doing a gap analysis. And we're, you know, basically looking to provide any type of assistance necessary, and of course, training. And so we're at that stage where we're still at that step one right now, dealing with strategy and policy review. But we're working really hard now to close out this work for the state of North Carolina. We'll be working with the hub office for the next year. And of course, we'll be looking to roll this out with all the local entities as well. I'm going to turn it back over to Ms. Hall at this point.
Thank you, Attorney Strong. So certainly now, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back to you to entertain any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you so much, my church member, Ms. Hall. It's so great to have you with us today. And, you know, as we were having this conversation recently, one of the commissioners, Commissioner Burns, brought your name into the conversation that we needed to have you come and give us a presentation. So I want to thank her for doing that, and thank Attorney Strong, Bridget, all of you for being here today again. I know that we've got great staff that's doing this work, and they are looking at doing the disparity study pretty soon. And the impetus of doing this is to really look at what's happening at the state that we need to look at from the commissioners level. So I just want to say that, and I have a few questions, but first I want to open it up to my board and allow them to get their questions answered. Commissioner Burns, I see your hand.
Yes, I'm going to be very quick because, see, we need to have Tammy to come back again, and we might not have to do it on county commissioner time. I want to do it to meet with the staff, and here's why. When we had this presentation a couple of months ago, I asked a very specific question, and then I had to call Tammy Hall on the phone, and she understood my question. And this is not a knock to anyone. No one on the staff understood what she nodded her head because she was at the airport. I almost kept her from getting on the plane. Because one of the issues we had, I'm looking at the presentation now, they were lumping our downs numbers together. And when I asked about the breakdown between construction services, architecture, and goods, it couldn't be done. So I appreciate Mr. Strong bringing that up today. I wanted to point that out because that is where we can sit here all day and talk about the disparity study, but Tammy's office in so many ways is the gatekeeper, because the only way that you can count towards your participation towards your spend, a lot of times your state agencies, what they want to do, they want to utilize hub firms. In order to utilize a hub firm, you have to be hub certified. In order to be hub certified, you have to go through Tammy's office. And so what we have is a breakdown between getting folks hub certified in the process. So before I turn this over to Tammy with my question, because Commissioner Jacobs asked this last time, and I thought it was a great question. She's like, what is the process for getting her certified? And I thought that's what we were going to do today, but it made sense. Let's do this disparity study overview first, because we needed a foundation, because we don't currently have a foundation. So I appreciate that. But before I turn it over to you, Tammy, Director Hall, let me congratulate you, because in less than an hour, the city will be making you the newest member of the RDU board. So I want to clap it up for you at 12 o'clock, so you have a little bit of time. I wish we could have got you over here. Just know that Patrick Hanna, that is one of our appointees, was recently made chair. So I look forward to seeing what beautiful, wonderful things you two will do together. So congratulations on that. But I want you to just talk about the hub process, because that is the smoking gun. And and last thing, the recommendation was we need to have staff and train staff. So I want everybody on this call, from staff to elected, I will be laser focused on that. And I'm just asking you to join me, because right now DPS does not have a coordinator, and we are lacking 2 positions in the county. So don't say you care about women, don't say you care about business, and we have not put the dollars behind the personnel to make it happen. Tammy Hall, could you tell us about the hub process, please?
Certainly. Why am I here shaking in my boots waiting on this question from Commissioner Burns? But no, you do an absolutely great job of advocacy, and I thank you for all that you do for the Durham residents, but the entire state. So certainly when you look at hub certification, the General Assembly has set forward what that certification looks like, and it's our job to implement it. And I want to be really clear. Many times I hear businesses say it's a very difficult process. I'm hub certified. I completed that process in probably 15 to 20 minutes many years ago. So it is not a difficult process. It is intentional. It is very intentional because we want to maintain the integrity of the program by ensuring that those individuals that are to be included in the program are included, meaning they are 51% owned and operated by a minority. They are involved in the day-to-day operations of that particular business. And then they fit into one of our ethnic categories, along with a specific category that we have for white, female, disabled, and disadvantaged business owners. So we're very intentional. The process is online. You initiate it online as a state of North Carolina vendor. For COVID, if any of you knew Secretary Sanders, she was all about streamlining the process for DOA. And so part of what we have done is we have streamlined the hub certification process, which is online as well. But we are still very intentional about ensuring that the businesses that are in this program meet the parameters that have been identified by general statutes.
Thank you.
And I thank her for, I just want to also say congratulations on the Retool NC project, because during COVID, Governor Cooper, along with you, came up with a historic grant process. And that grant process gave many of our small businesses, our minority and women-owned businesses, grants between $10,000 and $25,000. There are other people on this call. I know that as a county, we're trying to figure out what we're going to do for our small businesses in Durham throughout COVID. I just want you to know this is another resource, and I hope that you all will utilize her, because I plan on doing the same as we work to build our own program. And I'll stop there.
So you can see, Ms. Hall, we're going to have you come back again. So let's see if we can get other questions from other commissioners. Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, thank you. And thank you all so much. I read through as much of the report as I could. I thought it's a very important study. And I know, Mr. Strong, you have helped us with our own disparity study. That's the one that we use here in Durham too. And Ms. Hall, I want to thank you for your leadership, because I know you have been a part of all of our Med Week events. And I really remember the last conversation I had with you at the last one that was in person, where you talked also about how there's, and it really stuck with me, what you said, that the most potential is in purchasing, and that we really, because I asked you about where we could focus on, and you were talking a lot about how that's the hardest area, and to get departments, get it at the department level. And so I guess one of my questions is, and I've learned so much from this presentation and from the report, and I guess this is also for Farad and Angela, what are some things in the statewide that you really think have lessons for us or applicability for us, at the local level? Are there certain things that really stand out? Or Mr. Strong too, or Ms. Wall-Lennon, anybody I guess could answer that.
Right, so Commissioner Jacobs, you're absolutely correct, and I'll start, and then certainly the others can chime in. But procurement has been our biggest struggle in state government and local governments in general. And I would say much of that is because we have specific laws on the books that govern construction, and the practices, how that process will work, when we can disqualify a bidder, and when we allow good faith efforts to trump. So we have very specific guidance when it comes to construction. We have very loose guidance in general statutes around procurement. So what does that allow? That allows for everyone to determine on their own merit what that process should look like. But certainly from a statewide perspective, we are looking at subcontracting across all of the industries. So having your MWBE office be engaged in the process, in the development process, in the beginning, all the way through the end of reviewing specifications to ensure that you do not have non-intentional barriers that exist in the language, but also looking for opportunities to subcontract out portions of that work. And many times we hear in procurement, well, you know, that's a little unreasonable. But when I talk to very large businesses, whether that's SaaS or, you know, supply companies, they are not doing that work on their own. They are subbing that work out to be transported throughout the state to be delivered. Those are opportunities for minority and women-owned businesses. And so our programs must be structured under the mindset that subcontracting opportunities are available. Now, if they can self-perform that work on their own and they have all the materials, they have all the labor force, they have everything they need to perfect that particular procurement opportunity, okay, that's fine. That does not allow an opportunity, but we must ask and we must be intentional around subcontracting opportunities.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I want to say that I support Commissioner Burns in her advocacy that that Angela has more support in her office, because again, just like everything else, if we say that we're going to do it, we have to provide the resources that are needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. Attorney Seiler, and then Commissioner Carter.
Madam Chair, thank you. I'll be brief. I have a quick comment to make about capacity. I've been working this area for over 30 years in Durham. And in 30 years, a lot could have changed regarding more young Black people doing this kind of work. So I ask you to do what you can to impress upon the schools to give these kids opportunities, and that way you can also build capacity. And so you have a tremendous opportunity, and you can talk to these folk about and impress upon them to do these kind of things. There are a lot of kids out here who need jobs. I'll shut up now, but there's a lot more I think we can do to build capacity. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. And I also want to thank Ms. Hall for coming today and for your great overview, and Attorney Strong, Ms. Wallen. And it really has been a truly helpful and really interesting, PowerPoint, and to go along with a very long report, very detailed report. My question is similar to Wendy's in that I would like to know also, and maybe what we would, in order to answer this question, maybe we would need to do a policy review of Durham County policies and practices to see where we can make improvements and where there are gaps, so that we could put some of your recommendations into practice as well. Like I think maybe we already are tracking all subcontractor data, although I feel like we hear about it sometimes, but not always. Maybe it's on construction that we hear about it more frequently. So anyway, that would be a question I would pose to staff to be thinking about, not to answer today, but just, based on this report from the state, and knowing that we probably have similar shortcomings locally, what do we need in order to improve? What gaps are there in our policies and our practices so that we can do better? And so, maybe staff will let us know more about that in the future.
And
at budget, like at budget time, for example.
I'm sorry, Ms. Carter, had you finished?
Yeah.
Thank you. And I'm sure Ms. Perry is probably sitting there going, give me some help. Just, give me some help here.
Absolutely correct.
So if there are any other comments or questions, I just want,
this is very quick, and it feeds into this very important point that Commissioner Carter just brought up. And I would like to bring back to the remembrance to each person on the county commission when we were at the coalition against, well, not against, the Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transportation. And there was a presentation, and Stella Adams brought up 2 city contracts. Yeah, you remember, there was one for a rope course, and it was 20 pages, and it even had some pictures on it. And a rope course is hard to build. Then there was another bid for painting a building. It was 130 plus pages. So I would like, right, you all remember that she says, how is the bid to paint a building more difficult to read and understand than the bid to build a rope course? So I would go back to one of Bridget Wall's, Councilwoman Bridget Wall, because she's elected as well. One of her recommendations was, can we come up with a contract, come up with a program that says, okay, these contracts are set aside for small businesses, right? Because we have plenty of small businesses that can paint. So why should this be put in the lump in the same? So maybe that's the recommendation that, you know, if we really think about it, what things do we have that we can specifically point towards subs? What things do we have that we can point towards small businesses? And I think that recommendation that Bridget gave kind of sort of speaks to that. And I know Perry Mans is sitting here somewhere like, why are they trying to give me more work? But Perry, I will.
Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Burns.
I'm done. We can't, because it will be a waste of a conversation.
So Commissioner Burns and all, we are just so appreciative of this conversation, and we just have to have you back again to continue this conversation and really drill down in some of the things that we need to do here in Durham, and the things that we're willing to do as far as put resources behind it. It's great to say what we want to do, but are we willing is the conversation that we need to have. And, you know, when you talk about utilization, you know, I used to have a business, and getting that certification was not easy. I don't have it anymore because they kept sending me papers to fill out, so I let it go. But it is not the easiest thing in the world. So we want to say thank you for being here, and we'll have to ask you at some point if you'll be willing to come back and have more conversation with us. So thank you. And
thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Our next item, it's 11:23, commissioners. Are you ready for a break? Are you ready to for us to take a 15-minute break and then come back before we get into another item? Why don't we do that? Take 15 minutes. It's 11:23. And if we take 15 minutes, come back at what, 11:40, 11:35?
11:38.
11:30, 11:38. We come back at 11:40. Okay, why don't we come back at 11:40? Give ourselves a break and get some food or something. And we'll be back at 11:40. 11:40.
Good morning, Miss Susan. It's Monica. I've just made you a co-host, so I want to make sure that you have the options to share your screen.
Thank you, Monica. I do.
You're
Very
welcome.
good.
Okay, so is everyone back? So just before we move to the next item, commissioners, I just want to make sure that I was clear about something that I said a few minutes ago about the certification. And what if it wasn't clear, what I said was the old program that used to be was difficult for me. Not what's happening now, but it's because it's been over 30 years since I worked on getting the certification. So that's been a long time ago. So they've made a lot of revisions since then. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear and the public wasn't left with, oh, it's hard. No, it was just at that time, it was difficult for me. So, and as Tammy said, it only took 20 minutes for her to do it. So now we've got a new process. I just want to be sure about that. That was clear. The next item we have, commissioners, is 0116 Recovery and Renewal Task Force funding request back on the Bull communication. We've got, I saw Katie Gilbert is here, Matisha Sims, and who else is on here? Did I see Susan?
Yes,
With
Susan Amy and Daniel Edwards also.
And Daniel Edwards, okay. So who's gonna start? Is that Katie or which one's taking the lead on this?
I'll actually kick us off.
Okay.
All right, so thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Matisha Sims. I'm the co-chair of the Durham Recovery and Renewal Task Force. And I just want to thank you in advance for allowing us some time today to discuss this funding need that we have. So the Durham Recovery and Renewal Task Force came together for the first time in May of 2020 with the primary mission to advise Mayor Schul, and at that time, Chair Jacobs, on the best ways to keep Durham safe as we recover and renew from the multitude of impacts from COVID-19. One could say that we started the task force in May with just a lint in our pockets to fund any budget needs, and one would be accurate because we didn't have a budget that we set aside for the task force. So as we have identified funding needs, we put together proposals that we bring forth to the city and the county for funding. And there are many proposals that haven't made it to you or made it to the city because we've gotten very creative in how we use the lint in our pockets, and we've been able to tap into some other resources to help us with funding needs. And we've also figured out ways to get things done without, any funds. So I would like to provide just a little background on how proposals make it to you. So we have about 15 people that are on the task force. And from the task force, we created a budget subcommittee to vet any funding needs that were brought forward or that are brought forward. We created a standard format for submission of requests to make it easier for us to evaluate and to ensure that we're evaluating all proposals equally. We also created a scoring criteria that helps us determine which proposals rise to the top and which proposals are worthy of moving forward. I will tell you, every proposal that has been submitted to us has been great work. However, we know that we don't have unlimited funds to tap into. So we really have to be thoughtful about those proposals that we bring forward to request funding. Just to give you a little bit of insight into that scoring criteria that we use, the things that we evaluate these proposals on consist of, does the proposal advance public health or economic recovery? We also evaluate, does the proposal respond to the needs of individuals, businesses, or organizations directly impacted by COVID-19? We evaluate whether the proposal is operationally feasible. We've had some great proposals submitted, but the proposal couldn't fully tell us how they would operationalize the particular funding request. And so from our perspective, there's no need to move forward anything that we're not certain about how we operationalize it. We also evaluate the financial viability of the proposal. So we really want to make sure that the appropriate due diligence has occurred and that we feel pretty certain about what we're asking for, and that ask is based on just some real data and it's not a guesstimate that folks are bringing forward. We also look to make sure that the proposal is connected to the task force work because there's a lot of efforts that are going on as it relates to COVID-19, but we want to make sure that these proposals that we bring forward tie directly to our work. And finally, we want to make sure that the proposal reflects the task force values. So we want to make sure that the proposal is being guided by the scientific community, our public health experts. We want to make sure the proposal is reflective of a racial equity lens, and we're being responsive to the needs of the Durham community. We also want to make sure that the proposal is well coordinated because, again, there's a lot of activities that's happening in the Durham community, and we don't want to do things in a silo. So we're looking to make sure that we're connecting with other resources that can help us out as we move forward the work of the task force. And finally, we try and make sure that we're moving forward with a sense of urgency. So once we score the proposals and we agree that it's worthy to move forward, the budget subcommittee shares the proposal with the task force as a whole. And we solicit any feedback, any concerns. If we get feedback, we get concerns, we take that into consideration, we make sure that concerns are addressed. And once we get the endorsement of the full task force, we then move it forward. So hopefully that provides you with a little context on how we got here today as it relates to this particular proposal. So I'll turn it over to my co-chair, Katie.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Matisha. So I'll just share a little bit about the Back on the Bull campaign, which was developed jointly by the task force, McKinney Creative, as well as the Center for Advanced Hindsight at Duke, and really was designed to help our small businesses in particular, and help them by providing resources with what's needed to protect their team members, their workers, as well as their customers, and then also help build consumer confidence in getting back to those small businesses. And so that work, the first phase of that campaign, which you all graciously funded back in June, July timeframe, ran from July through December. During that time, we really, again, encouraged small businesses to learn what they needed to do to protect the health and wellness of their workers, as well as their customers. And we've had more than 12.6 million impressions through this campaign. And more than 900 businesses have completed the Back on the Bull checklist. And our communications really encourage very much for residents of Durham and beyond to reach out and frequent those businesses that are using this Back on the Bull checklist, that are really following those public health best practices. And so now we're ready to move into the spring campaign. And that's the next phase of this, where we're really talking about what we consider hope on the horizon, which is the vaccine. And you can see the Zoom background that all of us have here behind us is part of that campaign, which is that we've all taken the Back on the Bull pledge. And that Back on the Bull pledge is really saying that I will get the vaccine, that I will continue the 3 Ws, those public health best practices, and that I will support small businesses. And so that's the next phase. And I'm going to turn it over to Susan Amy to talk a little bit more in detail about the proposal in front of you today.
Thank you, Katie. I appreciate it. And thank you all for having us here. And before I talk, though, I'd like to turn it over to Daniel Edwards for just a minute. And he's going to share from the perspective of a small business owner in Durham, what this campaign and these kinds of messaging mean for him.
Good morning, everyone. As Susan said, my name is Daniel Edwards, and my wife and I, we own and operate Moorhead Manor Bed and Breakfast. And since the pandemic began, I appreciate what Mayor Schul did in shutting the city down and mandating masks. And when we opened up, what was interesting, our guests who were coming, they had many questions about the safety of Durham. And as they went around town, they would come back and they would notice that many of the residents, most of the residents had on masks, even while walking and exercising. And I think from a branding standpoint, when we start talking about getting back on the Bull, I think we need to capitalize on that we are a safe city who care about our businesses and each other. Because when the perception of safety is in play, I mean, we already are dealing with all the other media information about the vaccine and the sickness and all. I feel as though if Durham could capture we are a safe place to hang out and to have fun, I think it would help move our needle back to where we want to be. Susan's put out a really good projection as far as bringing numbers back. And I think we're on point, but we just need to really support it and be very consistent, not just within this city, but throughout the nation. We're on point, and that's what I love about Durham. We're a smart city. I tell people, even our bums are wearing masks. And you know, people who have substance abuse issues, they have on masks. So we need to really just thank everyone for doing their part. And that's my contribution to this part, and I encourage you to support it.
Thank you so much, Daniel. Well, you all have seen the proposal, I hope, and have had a chance at least to skim through it. I know it's pages and pages of material, but let me net out of the highlights for you that you need to know. The goals of this campaign as we move forward, and we're talking February through about May, are to encourage people to get the vaccine and to help overcome any reluctance and concern people have. In particular, we're interested in addressing the inequities in vaccination rates in Durham. We know that access to vaccines is more difficult among many of the African American and Latinx communities. And sometimes just trust in getting the vaccine can be lower in those communities. And we want to make sure that we are encouraging and supportive and providing the right kind of education. Second, we want to continue to promote the need for people to follow the health and safety practices before and after getting vaccinated, which, as we know, that's an interesting needle to thread, to tell people to keep practicing these, but also get the vaccines so you'll be safe. And then the third, as we've talked about, is encouraging people to support the local business community. A key way that we do this, and at the heart of this campaign, as you've heard already, is this Back on the Bull pledge. The idea is that we're encouraging people to go onto the website, backonthebull.com/pledge, to take the pledge, and then use the social media graphics, sort of like the ones you see in our Zoom backgrounds, to communicate that they did. And here's the reason for that. Not everybody's eligible to get the vaccine yet, of course, but when we take a pledge or make a commitment to do something, we're more likely to do it. When we take a pledge and publicly communicate that we have made that pledge, we're even more likely to do it. And when people around you that you know and trust have communicated their support for a direction, you're more inclined to consider it. So we've started with recruiting some community leaders from different walks of life in Durham to put their pledge on video, so that people see that, and so that will help people spark conversation and consider whether they will take that step also. So I'd like to share 2 of these videos with you out of many that we have done. They're just a minute apiece. So let me see if I believe I can carry this out successfully. Are you seeing my video screen? All right, here's one from Bishop Laney with Monument of Faith Church. I'm just picking out a couple for examples.
Hi, I'm Bishop Clarence Laney, pastor of the Monument of Faith Church in the historic Hayti community. I am taking the Back on the Bull pledge and asking you to join me because one thing I am most looking forward to once we're back on the bull is gathering in our sanctuary for worship. Additionally, I look forward to seeing my loved ones who are in long-term care facilities. All of this is possible if we get vaccinated, if we continue to wear masks, wash our hands, and to stay 6 feet apart. I look forward to you helping us to make this a reality.
All right, so there's one. I will play you one more. As you can see, there are lots of people in here in the community who've done it, but I thought this one was particularly compelling from a small business owner perspective.
Hi, I'm Chef Swaley.
And I'm Leonardo, and we're the owners of Swaley's Kitchen. So, what is one thing you're looking forward to once we're back on the bull?
Well, I'm looking forward to a lot of things, but one of the main things that I'm looking forward to is to actually having customers in the restaurant and being able to interact one-on-one. We are all about service, and we're all about the people of Durham and seeing the people of Durham. So we're looking forward to having them back in our restaurant. Leah, so what is one thing that you're looking forward to?
I gotta say the same thing, honestly. I miss being able to sit down and talk to customers one-on-one, have a glass of wine with them, sometimes even have dinner with them. So that's what we're looking forward to once we get back on the bull. We hope that you'll join us.
All right, so that's the idea. Most people, when we ask them to take the pledge, they're not asked to create a video. They're just asked to do it online. And then, as I say, to use their social media graphics, if they're active on social, to put it out there and communicate to everyone that they are proudly taking part. So that's certainly a central component of the campaign. It's not the only component. There'll be many messages related to helping people learn where to go for information about where to get the vaccine and how to do that. Information about how to support businesses and making sure that we're reaching out into many different populations through many different channels. To get into the meat of the media campaign, as you know, the funding for this is to allow us to push this out across media so that we raise awareness. And this campaign is expected to produce 4.3 million impressions. And I'll say for the campaign in the fall, we had projected, I think, a little over 9 million and ended up with 12. So hopefully we're being conservative in our projection and will exceed the 4.3 million. The media buy includes digital media, Facebook, Instagram, Google Display Network, television across several different channels and stations, same with radio, some print collateral materials and flyers that can be used by different groups and populations. Some things like buttons and stickers, like the I got vaccinated kind of messaging, sort of like we use when people vote and they get a I voted sticker. And all of these elements are being done in Spanish and English across all of those different channels. As I say, we actually kicked it off a little over a week ago. So it's already in the market based on funding that the city has provided. They've provided the first 75,000. And so what we're looking for today is the second half, the 75,325, to flesh out the rest of the campaign and be able to run this through about mid-May. The campaign proposal, if you looked at it, also allows for the possibility of a phase 5, because none of us knows exactly how things are going to play out, obviously, and what the state of our needs are as a community later on. But the thought is we just put that out as a placeholder to recognize that there may need to be a next phase, but that's not part of what we're asking for today. It's something the task force would consider down the road and come back with a different proposal on that, if that seems like the right thing to do. So with that, I will open it for questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Questions, comments from the board? So no questions, no concerns, okay? Commissioner Jacobs?
Well, I just want to thank everyone, Matisha and Katie, for your incredible leadership of the task force, which was only supposed to last for I think 6 months, and then everyone agreed to keep meeting. And also Susan, I know your staff has given so much pro bono work to these efforts. And the Back on the Bull campaign has been recognized all over this country. We even had Hawaii modeling Back on the Wave after us. But the bottom line is that it's been really important to help support our public health department and also Duke Health, and just magnify especially the messages about safety. And I know integrated with also the community health ambassador program as well, that helps get out to our businesses. And then the Green Light Durham program that is also helping support workers. When one of the biggest things has been our frontline workers who still are not, many of them vaccinated yet. And so all these efforts are really helping to keep people safe. So I strongly support this request. So I'm grateful the city's already done their half. And I just also want to recognize that we're supporting a lot of local media as well, a lot of minority owned media with the media buys. And maybe if you could speak a little bit about the breakdown of the businesses that are benefited through the Back on the Bull campaign on the website. I know there's been a focus on minority owned businesses. And I love the stickers idea. I wish we actually had them now, because that's everybody loves the voting sticker. So it'd be great. Look forward to seeing that. But thank you all so much.
Did I see your hand, Commissioner Carter?
Yes, thank you, Chair Howerton, and thank you for your presentation of your budget request, which I support as well, going along with the city and meeting this request. And just really want to congratulate you for the success of the Back on the Bull Phase 1. And I'm so glad we're going to continue leveraging the resources to get out the best public health best practices throughout our community. So yeah, and I want to thank Matisha and Katie for being the co-chairs of this group. I'm sure you thought it was going to be shorter lived, and it's still going on. I sit in on the monthly meetings. I try to. I learn a lot, and thank you, Susan, for being the head of your subcommittee. There's a lot of work going on there, and really appreciate it.
Commissioner Burns.
Thank you.
I need to let folks understand where I'm coming from. I sat here, when I get off this call, I'll be working on a communications plan, right? So the issue is not necessarily with the communications plan. You all took the time to go over your methodology and how you all figure out what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. And let me say, I applaud your work, because it wasn't 6 months. This task force was supposed to be set up for 90 days, and it's gone longer. And that's no fault of your own, because we didn't know that the past administration was not going to take this entire pandemic seriously, right? And I'm talking about nationally. That is not, because I see some people furrowing their brows because they think I'm talking about them, talking about at the top. What I'm saying, where I'm struggling, because they're going to give you the money, right? You got 3 votes for it. So what I say in so many ways doesn't matter. But I really want you all to go back and look at this communications plan. For me, I see some issues. For one, we talk about the break on page 1. You said, you all talk about racial equity and equity in the vaccination, how you want to make sure that people understand that they need to take it. We need to talk about the safety component of it. But you say if we want to lower the budget down, or if we want to see less money in the budget, then we should, there's a chance on lowering the budget, and I'm gonna find the line, it's on page 1, by removing a focus on Black and brown people. Personally, I couldn't even believe that you all sent us something, and I'm being honest. It says the one place where we could possibly make a cut is in communicating to Black and brown communities, and that is on page 1. As opposed to, and this is just in my professional experience, you know, you go to page 3 and it says the Back on the Bull can play a crucial role in raising awareness of a suite of new offerings from Greenlight Durham. Greenlight, an organization that was started in June of 2020. Not an organization that existed before the pandemic, but an organization that we have been funding to. If we're, and an organization, even when we had to break 15 minutes ago, I went and I called 2 small businesses just to make sure I got this correctly. Now, of course, no one's gonna be happy with everything that is done, with everything that's being done. I actually think you all have done a great job. Let me say that. I think you all have done a great job. I do hope that in this proposal, because again, they're gonna vote for it. So, you know, I'm just asking you to take my experience and what I'm saying into account. Why is it that we're paying money to help pay for the marketing campaign for an organization that's not even a year old? I'm not talking about Back on the Bull. I'm talking about Greenlight Durham. And I'm not asking the county commissioners. I'm asking you all, because you all say that you go through this very strategic process of figuring out where you're gonna make recommendations. And you all have a private company here, and I have the information. I know when it was started. The other issue is the young man. When I've seen the presentation that they did for small businesses as well. So I also want to throw out there, I recognize that the only track record they had was Duke Hospital. Well, first of all, Duke Hospital was always going to have a very low infection and reinfection rate because it's a hospital. So for me, that doesn't highlight that they have an excellent past performance. So help me understand why you all felt it was okay to give us a presentation that says we will cut back on our budget for Black and brown, but we still want to make sure we give money to this organization that does not have a track record in doing this work. And you don't have to answer it if you don't want to, because they're going to give you $73,000. But for me, if I'm going back to my community, and we just had a presentation on Hub and how hard it is for women and minority business, and I know it's minority owned, to actually get access to capital, and we're giving out capital this way. And then on page 1 saying that the one way we can cut this budget is to cut the emphasis to Black and brown people. I need to be able to go back to my community and say why. So help me.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Burns. Let me jump in. There are a couple of great questions in there, and I want to make sure we address them. We certainly are not cutting communications to communities of color. What we are doing, because the budget for this spring is lower than the budget that we had in the fall, is take out some of the more niche publications that we have, mostly print publications. And when I say niche, I mean they reach very small audiences, and we have gone with media that allow us to reach broad audiences and also allow us to target specific audiences as cost effectively as possible. And so that includes a number of television and radio stations and digital online media. What we did cut out are things like magazines and newspapers, because the cost per thousand on those is not as high. But absolutely the focus for this campaign in terms of who we reach is very much targeted to Black and brown people.
And I may be able to speak briefly.
It specifically says some of the budget in 2021 original proposal was dedicated to placing advertising with media outlets targeting Black and Hispanic Latinx populations. If the Recovery and Renewal Task Force Subcommittee would like the Back on the Bull proposal scale back in budget, eliminating those targeted outlets and focusing with the broadest reach would help make those buys most efficient. So I understand what you're saying, but I'm just telling you that's what I read, right? So I understand what you're saying about, you know, we need to make sure it's more broad. But, and this is not a knock against teachers at all. When I talk to teachers and principals, this is outside of the school discussion. On Thursday, 123 teachers missed their appointments to get vaccinations. On Friday, 68 missed. They didn't miss it because they wanted to. We have not done the education and the communication around it. So I even asked last week, Rod Jenkins, like, how can we communicate this most effectively? How can we make sure we get this out? So I don't have a problem with a communications plan. I do have a problem with a communications plan that has a sentence in it that's saying this is where we will make cuts. So if you all don't plan on making cuts there, by all means, let's move forward with it. But recognize that's what you all gave us.
All right, I am searching for the exact language where that is, but I will say that if you look at the different outlets that we have, and if you look at television, for example, it's WRAL, WTVD, Univision, which is a Spanish language station, and Spectrum Cable Rotator, which allows us to reach a number of different things. In the radio category, our largest radio buy is with La Que Buena and Radio One, which help us in targeting. So I'm sorry if there's a language in there that gave the impression that we were de-emphasizing those audiences. That's certainly not the case. What we were seeking to de-emphasize were some of the print and narrower publications that were not going to give us the kind of reach that we needed to get to those audiences. With regard to the question that you raised about Greenlight, I know part of the issue is that in being new is that it was established because of the pandemic and therefore has been established in the last year. But I'm wondering, Katie, was that something you were going to comment on?
Yeah, I thought I could just provide a little bit of background there. So Greenlight did put forward a proposal. That proposal has not moved forward at this point. So that is, again, we're very, as Matisha shared in the beginning, we have a very thoughtful approach to reviewing each of those proposals, and at this point did not feel that that was a proposal that was ready to move forward for funding. So that's really where we are right now. So I would not expect this campaign is not designed to support any one business such as Greenlight over another, or companies such as Greenlight over another.
Thank you.
Other questions, concerns? So just to let the board know that I did have a conversation with the two chairs and with Steve about where this is going by May. So if there's any conversation about further funding after this, there will be, we have not received data analyzing who got the money, the businesses, and all that kinds of information that we normally get from when we give funding, citizens' dollars. So the mayor said that he would be putting that together. So there will be some information coming to us later around this. So, and the consideration of how much longer it will go on, but they have to talk with their, the committee members, the task force members, to just kind of feel them out to find out where they are with the whole thing. So there is conversation going around about it. Are there any other questions and concerns? Yes, Commissioner Jacobs.
I'm just trying to understand process. So will this this budget request be on the agenda of our next meeting to fund this phase? Okay.
If that's what the board wishes.
Well, that's what I personally support. I heard from Commissioner Carter. Do we need to hear from any other board members on this?
No, we don't. We move item to the next agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's the process.
Okay.
And is there any additional information that would be helpful to have in preparation for the next meeting?
I don't have anything else unless the commissioners have something. And if we do, we'll get back with you between now and Monday. Is that what the board would prefer? Okay. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next item then.
Thank you.
You're welcome. The next item is an update from the Development Finance Initiative on the pre-development process for the former DSS Main Street facility. Presentation and request for board endorsement of guiding principal interest. The board is requested to receive an update from UNC School of Government's Development Finance Initiatives on the pre-development process for the former DSS Main Street facility. And I'll ask Perry Mann, Durham County's Deputy Director of Engineering and Environmental Services, to take the lead on this item and introduce all other resource persons.
Yes, so good afternoon, commissioners, and thanks again. Obviously, DFI is sort of leading the charge through this effort. And so there is no real formal introduction on my part. Sarah Odio will be taking over the presentation, and county staff will pipe up as necessary. So thank you.
Great, thanks, Perry. So as Perry said, my name is Sarah Odio. I'm a Senior Project Manager with the Development Finance Initiative at UNC Chapel Hill's School of Government. I'm here today with my colleague, Marcia Parrott, our Associate Director. So say hi, Marcia. So I realize now I am right in the middle of the lunch hour. So if you're suffering, let me know, I'll speed it up. So this is our first presentation in front of you regarding the redevelopment of DSS Main. So our plan for today will be to review the project overall. They will then dig into the community engagement approach for this project specifically, and then talk about the draft guiding public interests. And of course, from there, we'll go into what happens next, right? So just before we dig into this, I know we've got a couple of new commissioners and maybe new people in the public that haven't seen our work before, but we are a program of the UNC Chapel Hill School of Government. And our work is focused on advising communities around real estate development and finance that can help them attract private investment for projects that meet the public interests. You've seen us before, right? You've seen me and Marcia before with our work on the 300 and 500 blocks of East Main. So we are still active there, but for those that were involved or not, it was a process that is going to be just like what we're doing now with DSS Main. So it starts heavy with understanding the public interest, defining the public interest, engaging the public, and ultimately culminates in identifying development programs that meet your public interests and going out there and helping you find a partner, if any, right? This project, I guess this may be a little bit different, help you find a partner to realize the public interest in that private development, right? So right now, these two projects, you'll be getting an update at some point soon, but these two projects are moving along, and you have an agreement in place with the developer for the 300 block with the 500 block in the works. And this is 310 affordable units, 250 market rate units, about 30,000 square feet of retail space with a pre-K. It's going to be an exciting project. But the process we did there, we're doing it again here on DSS Main, right? And our goal here is to identify a feasible development plan. And we do this by taking the approach that a private developer would, right? Which is understanding the market, working with an architect to identify a plan that works within the physical and regulatory constraints of a site, and the financial analysis, right? Which is what are the financials on this deal? What needs to happen to attract a private partner? And in order to secure the public interests, is there public investment needed and at what level? And of course, critical to this is the community engagement, where we define the public interests. Now, as you can see here, the line in purple. So I want to draw your eye to line in purple. Of all of the parts, right, of identifying a feasible development plan, the one that is ongoing, right, that continues and that has to be ongoing is community engagement, right? You all engaged us back in November, and our first step was, some of you, all of you must have received emails from me, was getting an email, meeting with stakeholders, and trying to start the work to define what the public interests are for this work. We are at the point now where we're working on the market analysis independently, and we'll dig in a little bit later. We'll talk about the RFQ that is out at the moment to select an architect to help with our site analysis work. And that comes next in the process. And you can see here that it's around the fourth quarter of 2021 where there will be kind of, hopefully, if all things go according to plan, where there would be a decision regarding what is going to happen with this building, right? But before that, you're going to see us again. So I keep saying DSS Main. What is DSS Main, right? This is a county-owned building at the corner of 220 East Main Street and South Roxborough. So if it was not COVID times, I would say the building next door. So it is right next to the county courthouse, or Admin 1 is another name you all call it. It's a small site, right? It's less than half an acre itself. And it's not a huge building. It's about 6 stories in total, with about 50,000 square feet above grade, right? And so that means, I'd like to say, that about the size of a Harris Teeter, but stacked. This property is located at a key gateway to the city center, right? So as you can see here, this is South Roxborough. And so when you exit the Durham Freeway, a lot of that traffic to come into the city center comes up through South Roxborough. And this is one of the first buildings that you see there. It is really central within some other county buildings and investments, like 300 East Main, which I referred to earlier in the process, and DHHS. Our work to date is kind of understanding what the current conditions are before starting a work with an architect to really dig into what's happening in the building. But based on work that's been done to date, there are some preliminary redevelopment challenges that we'd like to flag for this building. There is limited amount of service parking, and I emphasize service parking because right now it's just used for that service. It's not open parking for anyone, and that's located at the rear of the building. This is very important because without parking, you do have certain limitations on what's possible on the site. So when we think about the public interests, I'm going to get into some context in this building, but it's important to understand that these challenges frame what's possible, right? And so uses like residential uses, whether market rate or affordable, are much more difficult, if not unlikely, if there is no parking available for this building. There is asbestos present throughout the building. And very interesting is that the site itself is home to the utilities for both Admin 1, so County Courthouse, and Admin 2, located across the street. And so there are a lot of relationships between the county buildings that add some complexity to what's possible here. No, the building itself at the moment doesn't meet any current ADA or doesn't meet current ADA or building code regulations. So significant investments would need to be made to bring it up to code. You can see that few upgrades have been made in the building since its construction, right? So these are some conference rooms upstairs and the lobby area. So it really is the building that it was built in 1967. There are pros and cons to that, right? The reason we call it DSS Main is because it was formerly the Durham Department of Social Services, right? And so this is the name that it's acquired, and it's DSS Main. The building itself was built in 1967. It was actually formerly a YMCA, which was brought down by the county and then replaced with this building and since then has been a Durham County Services building. It is within a 50-year period of significance, which means that it technically qualifies as a historic building. It is architecturally intact, right? I said very little has been done to upgrade the building since it was constructed. And so it still maintains the same architectural integrity from 1967. It is part of the local downtown Durham Historic District. It's contributing to that district, and part of the national downtown Durham Historic District, but it is not contributing to that one. And the reason why this matters is because this building is subject to local oversight, right? So as part of the local historic district and contributing, there are certain rules in place about what can be done with the building within certain timelines, right? But it is currently not eligible, by not being part of the national district, not eligible for a historic tax credit, which a private developer would be able to take advantage of to reduce the gap in the financing for the project. This is one of about 6 1960s buildings located in the city center. So the map that you're looking at shows the buildings by the period, the year in which they were built. So this just reflects there are about 220 rounded buildings in the city center alone, right? And only about 6 of these were built during this period. So it does contribute to the architectural diversity, right, of downtown itself. The other buildings here you may or may not be familiar with, but 2 are hotels, right, that have been renovated in recent years. And then you also have 2 buildings here owned by Self-Help and a Spectrum building. And so the levels at which they've been renovated, they are different. Your building is the only county one in the 1960s located in the city center. The buildings up here tend to be more of a warehouse style as opposed to this an office building from the 60s. The building itself is central, the site in a largely institutional segment of East Main Street. So if you see this kind of blue teal color, those are institutional uses. This light gray, that is parking. And then yellow is that residential. And you can see here that there's a lot more of this orange mixed use retail and office heading west on Main, and a lot more institutional and parking heading east. But we know that the county is already doing quite a bit to change that dynamic and to bring more residential options in, right, for affordable housing for low-income households and moderate-income households. But you can see here the map you're looking at, these are parcels by the ground floor use of the building, right? And so this is the DSS main building. Across, you have an institutional use, and of course next door, and then heading down East Main Street. With most of the retail and office and food and beverage activity located on West Main. But the county's already doing quite a bit to change this, right? Investing across the street in adding food and beverage spaces on the ground floor. The 300 East Main site, which will have kind of a commercial use on North Queen Street with, of course, a pre-K on this corner. And then down on the 500 block, which will also have ground floor retail space, likely with a food and beverage option. So a lot is happening that the county has begun investing in And also exciting is just bringing in more people, more residential life. So that 300 block and 500 block will have more people in what for a long time has been largely institutional, right? And as you can see here, you know, what we don't show here is that we're seeing a lot more vacancy in that city center core, and that the institutional uses, I don't say it in a disparaging way, it's actually having those uses in this part of downtown, it keeps people downtown, right? It keeps through a recession, through a pandemic, you're continuing to see office workers, people accessing services on the streets through these areas. And so it can be very important to sustaining energy in an area. So with that said, I wanted to frame this site, right? So that you all and the public, everyone is kind of on the same page about where this site is and what it represents, right, in the context of downtown. So I talk about defining the public interests for this site, but I want to be very clear about what public interests actually are, right? They are so important to this work because they are the values that frame what can and should be done with this building. It's very important that they be relevant to the site, however. It is often the case when we are working on development where you want to solve kind of and find a way to address all of the public interests on this one project. And it's not always possible, right? I talked about parking and the issue of parking, and that can limit what's possible on the site. And so we have to be careful with public interests that they be relevant to what's possible on a specific site, right? But keeping in mind that at this point, they encompass a range of opinions, and they reflect trade-offs. You cannot always achieve all the public interests on one site, but you can try to achieve as many as possible, but there will be a point in which decisions have to be made, right? Most kind of tangible, right? I'm talking about this sort of vaguely, right? But the most tangible use of these public interests is going to be, you're going to use them as criteria to evaluate the development plans, which we'll show you later, and to select a development partner, right? So this is very important because you are going to keep reflecting on them over and over and over again throughout the process. So I want to be clear in differentiating what the development plans are, which you're going to see later on, right? So let's say around August, you're going to start seeing development plans. These are much more defined, right? You will see plans that are going to tell you how many square feet you will have dedicated to each use. It will talk about a preservation approach, right? If preservation is the path that you take. We have to have parking solutions, right? So it will locate and specify the number of parking spaces available for this project. So those are some examples, right? It will also be at that point that we'll talk more about county or private ownership, right? Whether you all want to go out and find a private developer or whether you want to retain ownership. So I want to look at Perry now because I think this is an important point where we can kind of pause and he might add something here.
Yeah, so commissioners, that bullet there, county or private ownership, that is very critical. And the way we've talked about sort of structuring these public interests is to give us that flexibility, because as you guys may recall, pre-COVID, you know, we had talked about what a potential redevelopment of this DSS Main Street facility would look like. And at some point, you know, we had talked about obviously, you know, activating the lower levels, maybe some partnership with some entity on some areas in the middle. But we also looked at the county possibly retaining ownership, as well as the county may at some point need a couple of floors, you know, maybe at the upper level of the facility. Obviously, you know, with the COVID pandemic and us not being able to really hone in on what our administrative needs are at this point, we don't really have the crystal ball and have that determination. However, the way we've structured it, this, like I said, it does is give us that flexibility to sort of, I guess, not lose that opportunity if it's needed. And so that's the point I would like to sort of hammer as part of this. So thank you.
Okay. And then, of course, public investment scenarios will come with the development plan. And we try to avoid being too specific, right, around the public interest, so that we're not tying you all to an investment scenario before you've even seen what it would cost, right? If you say this space must have programming for this, already you are committing to a financial investment before you've seen the numbers. And so we try to be careful, making sure that it's not so specific, right, that we are committing you to funding something before you even know what that could possibly cost. Yeah. So what has been the approach, and what is the community engagement approach in order to define the public interests and later help you all select development plans? We do this in a phase, right? This is phased. The heaviest portion of this, right, is upfront, and this is about shaping the public interests. I keep that light purple because this is ongoing. I'm going to keep having conversations with stakeholders throughout this process. It's important in order to help shape whatever is done here. But there are two kind of heavy portions in this. You all received a memo early on outlining what the engagement approach would be. And so there is a county webpage that is live now that details the project. So dconc.gov/DSS Main. It'll be on the next page as well. A survey that goes public, as well as at this point, because we are in COVID, community input sessions that are done online. And a really important part of this is the kind of one-on-one engagement with community organizations, city and county departments that are actively doing the work in the community and have a pretty clear idea of what is needed from years and years of work, right? Not just us coming in and saying, what do you think? They have done the work. For the first part, so phase one, the engagement around the public interest, these sessions and the survey were advertised on the webpage, which was also put out. So the webpage and the survey and the input sessions put out in a county press release, the county Facebook page, stakeholder email distribution list. So I would send it out to local organizations who sent it out to their networks, neighborhood listservs. So hopefully your neighborhood, you get an email that states it. And then we also hired kind of a third-party company that went out and distributed flyers that had telephone numbers on it so that if you didn't have access to the internet, you could call in. So shout out to Randy, who did a great job promoting this from the county, always does. Thank you. So we had really fruitful and productive conversations. In our experience early on in this work, before there is something to reflect on, the conversations tend to be a lot more focused, with people participating that have a direct interest in what happens on this site, right? They've thought about it before, they've looked into it before. And so we're really excited with what we got out of these input sessions and online surveys. You all received a memo on February 18th that outlines all of the responses that were received. So you should have the online surveys as well as the notes that were taken and kind of signed off on by the group for the community input sessions. The small group engagement, as I said, is a really critical part of shaping these interests because we try to reach out to local organizations and city and county staff that have had time, right, to think about what the needs are for downtown Durham around a building, right, and a space like this. And so these are some of the organizations that we did have an opportunity to speak to and that shared with us what they saw as the vision for this property. I want to share with you some quotes, right? I pick out these quotes because they are representative of what I heard and what we heard, not just on the surveys or in the input sessions, but also in the small group organization discussions, right? So I didn't share notes with you all from those conversations, but these are quotes that we think are representative of that. So on the one hand, we heard, I'd say about half people talked about how preserving the building itself from all eras, buildings from all eras, is vital to having a vibrant and interesting downtown. We did hear a lot of flexibility, however, from the other kind of half of participants, where it was more about, you know, preserving the building is fine, right? We're flexible on what happens, but it should not be more important than the use of the building and what actually happens within the building. We heard without a doubt, and you'll see it in your survey notes, we had people participate that did not hesitate and wrote affordable housing, right? And this quote said, you know, we really need affordable housing. This may not be the best use for this building site, but is really key. And so I wanted to make sure that I highlighted here, there are concerns, right, with affordable housing because of that parking limitation, right? But it was brought up and it was flagged, and without a doubt, that is a need that people continue to say downtown Durham needs it. And in general, this idea that what's missing in downtown is an outlet for those that are underrepresented, right? As more and more development happens, that is Class A, multi-family, you know, upscale, multifamily development, a lot of concern for making sure that the buildings in downtown that the county is renovating or that the county redevelops are meeting the needs of underrepresented groups. If we go back, and I would love to flip back to that map, and I should have, and my colleague Marcia said, you should be able to flip back to the map. But anyway, but just this idea that there's continuity that is missing in downtown Durham, right? That it feels for some like at the moment it is chopped up. And so making sure that it doesn't continue to feel like downtown is chopped up into the district. And then I think everyone kind of noted this idea, not, I won't say everyone, but a lot of people noted that the streetscape needs livening up, right? When you hit East Main and South Roxborough, the pedestrian experience becomes more challenging. And so we heard from a lot of people this idea of what can be done with this site to make this less of a desert for pedestrian amenities.
Sarah, can you wrap up in about 3 minutes?
Yes, I'm on the last slide with the proposed public interest. So that was perfect timing there.
Thank you.
So redevelopment of DSS Main should, these are just proposed, and we'll have a long conversation if it's allowed after this. Redevelopment of DSS Main should maintain the primary use of the building for community-oriented activities and or office space that is accessible to businesses with needs unmet by the downtown market. Incorporate ground floor uses that increase street level vibrancy and invite community interaction. Preserve the unique architectural features of the exterior and allow for enhancements consistent with the building's prominent location at a key gateway to downtown Durham. Include design elements that facilitate pedestrian traffic to and from nearby commercial nodes, and optimize public investment and attract private investment. So I am going to stop here. Our next step is to get an endorsement from you all that you are happy with us to proceed with these public interests framing the rest of the work that we do. Right? So when we come back with those development plans, we will have a discussion about, are the plans you're looking at reflective of these public interests? So I will pause and ask you, do these reflect what you read in the memo, what you read in the survey? What could be different? Are you happy with these? Right.
Thank you, Sarah. The commissioners, you heard the questions. Are there questions and concerns, comments?
Commissioner Jacobs has her hand up.
Okay, Commissioner Jacobs, go ahead. I can't see everybody because of the slide. So if you have your hands up, make sure you let me know. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Sarah. This is so exciting. Our board, the previous board, had been asking for us to move forward on this site for many years, and it's very exciting to see us doing this work so we can make sure this building that has been sitting empty for a long time gets used to benefit our community. I was present at both of the community sessions, and I think that the conversation was really good in terms of content. I do have concerns. I think, because of COVID and everything, that we didn't get to really involve a lot of people. So I would like to hear, after I provide feedback on these guiding principles, just what you all are envisioning about how we're going to keep doing community engagement as we keep moving forward, because I think that is a challenge. But related to these guiding public interests, the first bullet point, I would like to see it also. Oh, wait, can I look at the bullet points?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to stop sharing it. I don't know how that happened.
Sorry. And I know last time we did it, we gave you feedback, and then you all, when we did this for 300 and 500, and then you tweaked them and brought things back. So first bullet point, based on everything that I've heard from the survey and in those conversations, it wasn't just office space being accessible to businesses. It was also spaces. I would like to see something more generally, that it's spaces for affordable, I think is a key word to me, affordable spaces for small businesses, nonprofits, and also artists. That's, what I've heard a lot of is that we don't have nonprofits are being priced out of our downtown market, small businesses are being priced out, and also the artists, and that, we only have like Golden Belt, which is expensive, and that, to have a thriving city and a thriving community, we need to support our local artists, and even for them to have spaces to sell their work as well. So, studios / places to sell, and also even micro retail. I think the next bullet point related to ground floor uses, I heard a lot about grab and grow for coffee shop or food, but also, even micro retail, again, kind of spaces that are affordable retail. That's another issue downtown, is just the rents are getting high for people. So we could incorporate maybe more about broadening that a little bit, where somebody can start out having a retail presence that they could then move on to a bigger space. But, and then
I'd want to reflect on that, because everything you just said there is captured in this public interest. I want to be very careful. I think I spoke earlier about the public investment scenarios. I want to be very careful, and we should be very careful saying space for artists, because that is a commitment to funding. I'll tell you that now. The rents at which they would need to be, based on the conversations we've had, you would be committing today to funding something along those lines. And I want to be careful with that. This does capture that. And we will come back with the numbers for something like an artist space. That is very clear. But we need to make sure that these they're broad enough that they're not making commitments today before the work's been done, right? So I just want to flag that.
Okay. I'm just a little concerned that when we say accessible to businesses, that we're leaving out people who aren't businesses, like I said, nonprofits or other entities. So
Those are those community-oriented activities.
Okay.
If that doesn't
Okay.
read that way to you, then I think we can revisit that. But the idea is that community-oriented activities, the nonprofit is the office space, right? They are businesses. They're just 501c3 businesses. Community-oriented activities, those are your art galleries. Those are your educational uses, right?
Okay.
That is captured in that as well.
Okay. And then the second bullet point related to ground floor, I don't want to lose out on the outdoor spaces. There's significant, amazing outdoor space, ground floor outdoor space that ground floor uses, if we could include ground floor and outdoor uses that increase street level vibrancy and invite community interaction, because the outdoor space, well, to me, is a public space. That could be, because originally we thought we were going to tear back down this building and create a giant park or public space. So, how can we look at the outdoor spaces even being public and public asset? The other benefit that I thought about, which is related to the vibrancy, is maximizing uses for during the day, at night, and on the weekend. So not just limited to daytime uses, because what's exciting me is that I think, if there's artist studios, or if NCCU and Durham Tech have job incubators or classes happening at night on the weekend, it's going to be safer. Downtown will be more vibrant. We'll have different ages of people. So I think thinking about the building being active, the more the better.
So Commissioner
yes.
Jacobs, can we allow some of the other commissioners to participate?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to,
because otherwise we're going to run out of time.
Okay.
Other commissioners, comments?
Mine is very quick because I got to meet with Sarah a couple of weeks ago and she answered all of my questions ahead of time. I just want to go back to the survey, because I remember when you and I spoke, we were coming up on the deadline and you hadn't gotten back as many responses as you would have liked. And so I do appreciate, in your timeline that we will have ongoing opportunities. I would just like to request, like I did last time, continue to send those to us, because there's some groups, some organizations, they never see the link to this survey, right? And so you and I talked about that. So as we continue the public engagement, I like to do it. Also, with all these recommendations, I don't know if the recommendations are past promises. I would encourage the county commissioners to do the same and take the survey so that we can capture some of these. But I want to, as we continue to do this public engagement process, I want to make sure that we keep as many people in this process as possible, because as we all know, property downtown continues to go up. And for us to lose a building in our inventory, especially when we can make it more cost efficient for some of our small businesses to be downtown and take part in that kind of downtown after hours activity, I want to make sure that we're keeping this in our portfolio. So I thank you for this, and it just feeds into that narrative that we shouldn't sell this building. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. Other commissioners?
Hi, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Alam, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah and Perry, for this presentation. One area I think, and it may already be kind of in these public interests that it's generally a more broad conversation. I'd love to see like opportunities. I think Commissioner Jacobs mentioned it a little bit, of continued education and workforce development uses in this building. I think would be really great, since it is downtown, making it accessible to people who are typically they have to travel outside to different universities in different areas. So having opportunities for them within downtown would be great.
We intended for it to be captured under community-oriented activities.
Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, one of the things that I've had a conversation with NCCU, and I think using part of the building is not an option. Is that correct, Sarah?
My impression is that they may be open to continued conversations.
Okay.
So,
okay. Yeah, and that
I don't want to speak for them, however.
Yeah, it would be great to be able to have some of the courses from NCCU in downtown Durham, so that creates a different kind of vibe. So, but I'm going to end this conversation at this point, and because we can continue to have conversation with you and Perry about regarding it. It's not over.
So I just want to clarify, though, that we heard I think there are two big changes that we'll make, which is adding outdoors, right, to the second ground floor, and outdoor uses to the second one. And then language around kind of after 5 and weekends, which we played with, and it just never sounded right, but we'll find a way.
Yeah, but you'll be coming back to us with that. Is that correct?
I think our goal was to have an endorsement today, but I think we got enough from you all. If you're not prepared, I think we do have enough to say that these can help guide what goes forward. But in terms of the decisions we make next, we do need these endorsed. But I think that we're in a good place with what we heard.
I'm stumped up with Jacob. Should we move this to consent agenda? And I'm asking the manager, somebody else. But I mean, not consent, but for our regular session, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering.
So what is it that you're asking us to do, Sarah? Moving it to our next meeting? Consent agenda? What is it? What's the?
I'll look to Perry for the technical about how the best way to do this is.
Yes, Commissioner, that's a great question. But when we did the 300 and 500 East Main Street redevelopment, basically we just got consensus from the board that these draft guiding public interests were okay. And it sounds like they are okay with a couple of minor tweaks, wordplay there that Sarah mentioned that we can certainly do. So as Sarah mentioned, I think if we've gotten the nod from all 5 of you, it sounds like that you're okay with these. And so that allows us to move forward.
And then you'll come back to us with what?
We're going to come back with the market analysis, kind of tailored around things like what are the needs unmet by downtown Durham's market, right? And I just want to flag that there is an RFQ that is out right now for architectural services to help with the site analysis and conceptual planning. And so that deadline is March 10th. And so that is out there to pick an architect to continue this work.
Okay. All right. Thank you. If there's nothing else, we'll move on. Okay. Thank you very much. All right. The next item, let's see, is the Durham Housing Authority. East Main Street redevelopment update and discussion of next steps. At this time, the board will receive an update from the Housing Authority on the implementation of the Durham Downtown Neighborhood Plan. Perry is with us again, and I ask you to lead this conversation. And I know Anthony Scott is here as well.
Yes, so again, good afternoon, commissioners. I don't think Mr. Scott needs a formal introduction, so I'll allow him to go ahead and jump right into his presentation. And again, staff will pipe up as necessary. So thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners and county staff. I will take you through these slides as expeditiously as possible. Some of them I will not even address because it's more or less just background information in the interest of time. You can skip to slide 3, please. And I'd like to, I appreciate really Sarah's presentation because she talked about a lot of the process that we went through. Next slide, please. A lot of the process that we went through in development of the downtown and neighborhood plan. If you can go to the next slide, please, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I first, though, wanted to thank Durham County for its numerous efforts in assisting us with the Medulla Terrace crisis. It was something that would not have been able to be possible without the support from the county, everything from the DSS to the emergency management folks. Overall, we spent $9 million in addressing that CO crisis last year. 3.7 of that was actually hard cost construction or equipment. And the balance was spent on the relocation and the associated costs with that relocation. Next slide, please. Just a note that we are working diligently on dealing with repairs in all of our units. We are doing a lot of effort in terms of hiring additional staff, as well as making sure that we bring on contractors to address that. And we're doing something called the Hoover Road model, which is gradually looking at inspecting all of our units, making sure that we have adequate work orders, and then bringing on the necessary help to help us fulfill those. Next slide, please. So on to the DDNP, which is the DHA Downtown and Neighborhood Plan. This was something that we really began in 2017, and we introduced the results of that in early 2019, January 2019, in fact. And we went through a process very similar to what Sarah described to you all in her process that for the other building on Main Street. And through that all, we've got numerous input from community, a number of stakeholders. We had meetings at these 3 different circles that you see here, which represented the cluster areas. Of course, at that time, there was the expectation that we would have a light rail, so that was factored in as part of this as well. 3 cluster areas include the Liberty Street and 519 East Main Street area, our DHA office space, and the criminal justice site next to it, Fayette Place site, and South Side Phase 3, which is a city-owned parcel, and the Forest Hill Heights Station. Now, I'll talk about all these a little bit more in a second. Well, overall, this is 50 plus acres of land. It involves the 3 public/government entities. Next slide, please. The key with all of this work is something called RAD, or Rental Assistance Demonstration. And in short, what the RAD program does is that it allows us to switch from a very unstable funding program, how housing authorities are getting their money now, to something that is much more stable, which is utilizing the Housing Choice Voucher Funding Program. So these are 2 programs that DHA already has. One historically does not get consistent funding, the other one does. And we as a housing authority and housing authorities across the country think that the RAD program gives us key tools to allow us to address public housing that we see across Durham and really across the country. Next slide, please. Oh, actually, before that are asked often is, well, once you do this renovation work, this redevelopment work, how will we assure that rents won't automatically go up? Well, built into the law of the RAD program, it requires that when we do this work, the households will still have an income-based rent that is based on 30% of their income. That is what their rents will be, just like it is now with the public housing program. And we also have to do a 1-for-1 replacement of any units that we demolish. So those are 2 key points that are built into the RAD program that without HUD approval, they would not allow us to go forward by meeting that criteria. Next slide, please. So overall, the DDNP, which again was launched in 2019, would include the construction and rehab of over 2,500 units. It has an estimated construction period of 10 years and an estimated budget of over $500 million. This includes 7 different property sites: the J.J. Henderson Senior Building, the 519 in Liberty Street Apartments, DHA office in the CGRC site, Forest Hill Heights, and Fayette Place, and then also the 2 city sites, Rigby Station and Southside 3. Note that the bond-funded sites include, if you could just go back quickly, please. They include the 519 East Liberty Street site, the DHA office site, and the Forest Hill site. Those are the sites that are targeted for funding through the city's affordable housing bond. Next slide, please. And this is, in summary, those 7 sites laid out in terms of what we have projected for them. And I'll start at the top right and go clockwise. First at the Hunt Street Station. It is the existing Community Development Department's offices right now. It used to be the old Hunt Street Police Station. Next is the Oldham Towers, which we now call 519 East Main Street. We removed the name Oldham. And Liberty Street Apartments, that is going to have over 500 units on that site, which currently has 214. We have the Fayette Place site, which also will have over 500 units, is currently vacant. The Southside 3 site, which is just under 200 units projected for that site. No, excuse me, 130 units projected for that. Forest Hill Heights, which is projected to have over 500 units on that site. J.J. Henderson, which will be a renovation of the existing J.J. Henderson building, as well as 80 units of new construction. And then finally, the DHA and the criminal justice site, which would have a total of 290 units on that site. Next slide, please. This is sort of a development timeline and budget summary. Now, these are all projected numbers. One thing about all of this is that as you engage actual development partners, you will see that these numbers will change in terms of the number of units, in some cases the funding strategy, and in some cases the timeline, because of course we all know, you in particular know that development is not something that is 100% predictable and always on time. But one thing that we're very glad about is that the timeframes that we have broken out here, we are largely on track for those. One key thing here is that each of these phases initially included something called the 9% low-income housing tax credits. Many of you know these are very, very competitive, and the fact that Durham City only earns 9% tax credit per year maximum. And that is no guarantee. That is simply if we have a competitive enough site, we will get that 9% funding in Durham. And it also doesn't guarantee that DHA will be the awardee of one of those 9% tax credit deals. So case in point, J.J. Henderson, as this was proposed in 2019, had 9% in its 2 phases. That 9% was the new construction I referenced earlier, but we were unsuccessful in winning that 9%. And so we pivoted and transferred that to a 4% deal, which is non-competitive, but it also meant that we had a higher gap in financing, which we were able to have filled through additional funding by the city. This was important because as you'll see, the site is the original building plus the new construction are all on the same physical site, and it requires coordination of utilities and site work and things like that. By pivoting, it allowed us to stay on time and also to allow both of those projects to continue to move forward in a way that was advantageous. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to give you an update in terms of where we actually are today in more detail. The first part of this was more or less projections and planning, but now we're talking about the implementation stage, which we are well into. Next slide, please. First site is J.J. Henderson. And again, that includes the existing J.J. Henderson building, which is going to be renovated. It's about a $30 million project overall, which includes about $16 million of hard construction costs, actual work that's being done to upgrade that property. And only a few months away is the new construction side here, which you see on the right, and that'll be an additional 80 units for that site. Both of these sites are on track. The J.J. Henderson Rehab officially closed its financing plan at the end of December. We are now expecting to start the physical work within the next few weeks. And the J.J. Henderson new construction is expected to start by April of this year. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of what that new construction site would look like. And you can see J.J. Henderson existing building kind of peeking up right there in the middle. The kind of gray that you see is actually the existing J.J. Henderson building. So you can see how the two interact there together. Next slide, please. Next, phase 2, if you will, the next site that we're focused on is the Liberty Street and 519 East Main Street site. Excuse me. Next slide. This is another good example of in terms of what we laid out planning wise, and then how things change once you bring a development partner on board. The original projection for this site was to be 3 phases and 533 units. Once we brought our development partner on, which will be familiar to you all because it's also Laurel Street residential, we expanded from 533 units to now 577 units of housing. Instead of 3 phases, it now has 5 phases. We are very pleased to say that phase 1 at the top right corner there was approved for funding this past August. So construction on that site is expected to start in June of this year. And phase 2 has already been submitted for a tax credit application in January of this past year, of this current year, excuse me. And we'll expect to hear about the funding for that in August of this year. So we're excited about the progress we've made on this site and the work that's going to begin. It will, the first phase will include a demolition of 36 units. Those units will be included not only in replacements on this site, but also we're going to transfer 21 units to the Willard Street apartments. And the remaining units will be replaced on this site once construction is further along. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of the massing of those buildings. They are not fully developed, so don't get too excited about what you see one way or the other. But this will give you a sense of what the massing and the layout of that site looks like. This is a view if you were standing above the Durham Housing Authority building and up in the air, and you'd look back down Main Street. This is a view of what it would look like. Next slide, please. And this is a view if you were above the police station and police station headquarters and looking back over the site. So you see a nice park in the middle and housing, of course, on each side of that. Next slide, please. Next, the primary subject at hand here is to talk about the DHA site, the DHA headquarters site, and the Criminal Justice Resource Center site. You know, some time ago, we had come to you all and talked about the possibility of including the criminal justice site in order to maximize the number of housing units we could get, because the DHA office building alone will be very restrictive in our ability to get housing there, primarily due to parking and other kinds of things. So looking at these two sites as a whole, we would be able to produce a lot more housing, number one, and a lot better development overall along Main Street. Next slide, please. This is a rendering of what that particular site could produce. One of the things that our commissioners made very clear to us is we are open to talking about this and looking at this, but you are not going to touch the criminal justice building. A lot of money was spent on this building. And so you'll see some notes here from our preliminary work talking about doing something with the building, but you can ignore that completely. Just know that this plan does not include doing anything with the existing criminal justice building site, but simply to utilize the land that the criminal justice site and the parking deck includes. By doing so, by sort of wrapping around the criminal justice building and creating some nice open space on each side, we would have a projected 290 units of the site, an additional 2,200 roughly square feet of retail or commercial square feet on Main Street itself. And lastly, I have a slide showing you what this would look like in 3 dimensions. You can go to the next slide, please. This is a view looking across the street, seeing how those buildings would, how the building could be built sort of around the criminal justice building with plenty of open space. The parking deck that you see there would still have to be redone to accommodate the parking for the housing, as well as the parking needs for the county as well. So I wanted to keep this tight because of the time. The remaining slides are for your leisure, but I would like to end this now and just open it up for questions that you all may have. Also want to mention that Ray Parks is also on the line with EJP Consulting. They have been our excellent partner in helping us work through our development plans from conceptual to working with the community all the way through now implementation.
Thank you so much, Mr. Scott. So we'll open up for questions and concerns from the commissioners. Commissioner Carter.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Scott, for this presentation. And it's really exciting, the work that you all are leading and the improvements to the Durham Housing Authority units. That's really critical, of course, to our communities having enough affordable housing. If we didn't have the DHA properties in good working order, we wouldn't have a prayer of coming close. We know we're far short as it is. Which is why counties and cities have tried to use publicly owned properties to build some of our own affordable housing. But I just think your plans look excellent and like the idea of, us, being a partner with you all around our Criminal Justice Resource Center, especially since it's preserved, and doing what we can to help make it possible to have additional units as well as some retail to help activate the streetscape along Main Street there. So I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to express my appreciation for your leadership and work and all that you've done around McDougal Terrace and the improvements there. I know there's a lot more yet to be done, but It's clear you're working on it. And just want to, express my support for being a partner at the CJRC site.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Carter.
So, Perry, is there anything that you would like to say regarding this property? And I see you, Commissioner Jacobs. I want to go to Perry first.
Yes, I thank you, Chair Howerton, for that. Again, obviously, as stated in the AAF, what we want to do today is just to gain consensus from the Board of County Commissioners that you are actually in support of this project, and if so, to allow staff to continue discussions with DHA around the structure and deal points associated with this. The big takeaway here, and the elephant in the room, is the fact that in order for DHA to make this redevelopment work, what they need is parking from the county. And so right now there is 175 parking spaces at the Roxborough Street deck and 45 spaces at the surface lot adjacent to the CJRC facility that also has our ADA parking associated with there. We sent you guys the memo that sort of outlined staff concerns that talked about everything from fire and safety access to maintenance access to just how we would potentially work with the housing authority to mitigate some of these issues and concerns. And fortunately, they sent us a favorable response back. Another point is the presentation we just had, and that's why we actually sort of put these together, because the DSS Main Street facility, contingent upon what we do with it, that parking stock that's right there at the Roxborough Street deck could be leveraged to determine what we can actually accomplish at the DSS Main Street site, because it is closest to DSS Main Street. So what we're asking, staff is asking for just a little bit of time for us to fully understand, have some idea of what we're going to be doing with DSS main, so we can determine what the actual parking replacement needs to be. Staff also needs a little bit of time to understand what is going to be required from county staff in terms of the fiscal impact, as well as the human capital associated with taking on this redevelopment. And so that's key. And I'd just like to make that point, you know, as we move forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Perry. That gives us some framework around what it is that we need to consider.
Commissioner Hamilton,
is that you, Mrs. Scott, trying to say something?
Yes, if I could.
Go ahead.
The one thing about in terms of where we are now is looking to issue an RFP. That RFP would include all of the things that Perry has spoke about in terms of parking, the concerns that staff had, et cetera. And that would allow any development partner to whatever they're going to submit in response to our RFP, that those things could be incorporated in that so that we can have options and ideas around how they might address the issues that are raised by the county, whether it's staff or you as commissioners.
So I guess Mr. Scott, the question I have is, would the RFP give, and maybe you already addressed it, give the time that Perry just asked for staff to look at the needs that they see the county needs?
Well, I'm suggesting that whatever time the staff needs, just that when we do look to issue the RFP, it will include these various concerns, issues, and sort of a look ahead, if you will, so that whatever is being submitted, it will in fact include all of the open issues or concerns that are being raised.
Okay, all right. Commissioner Jacobs, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you. Anthony, I just really want to commend you. This is a visionary plan that you have been working on for many years. And, you know, it's because we just don't have enough money for repair and maintenance and building of public housing and permanently affordable housing. And I just really appreciate the vision that you have and that you are bringing to our community. We are really fortunate to have these opportunities with these downtown properties to be able to use them for the benefit of our community. And I really appreciate you looking at this site and the opportunity for us to work together. I absolutely support this. This is, you know, Commissioner Alam brought this up during our budget retreat, but this is about us looking at public assets like surface parking lots in downtown and what is the highest and best use of property for the benefit of our community. And we know affordable housing is an urgent need. And this would give us the opportunity to build almost 300 units downtown, and really even to fill in this whole, if you put all the pieces together between the county investments and DHA, we're going to really rebuild this whole corridor. So I support staff working together and moving forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, I have another question, but go ahead, Commissioner Burns.
Sorry, I will be quick. It comes as
no go ahead. It's fine.
It comes as no surprise to Mr. Scott. A couple of months ago, last year, 2019, I was one of his biggest critics. So, and he knows it. And he and I had an awesome conversation. He did this presentation for you all in about 20 minutes. He will tell you I took him to the mat on this one on this very presentation for 2 hours. Because I was absolutely, and I was unrelenting about it. And so I just want you to know, I came off from being a critic to being a fan. So you have been visionary in your approach. You didn't mention here, but I do want to congratulate you on those 37 affordable housing homes that you will be building with Habitat, you know, that loophole that you were able to find. So you're doing some really great things. You get beat up a lot. You don't get to talk about a lot of it. But what I do want, and only because this came up this weekend, because you know how I work, as soon as you tell me something and I believe it's true, I got to go back to the community and make sure it's true. So a lot of it was true, but I do want you to focus in on two things. So, you and I both know, and other people on the phone knows, that when you move somebody, HUD from a federal regulatory standpoint does not allow you to move somebody without a 1-to-1 ratio, right? We know that. So as you're moving people from J.J. Henderson, as you're moving folks from Swift, we're moving folks over to Willard, right? You're moving 21 people. I hope that what we can do is start to be able to communicate that 1-to-1 ratio, because the misinformation campaign is very real. And what I don't want to do, you're right. And you and I talked about your staff saying, but we already told them, first thing Tyrone Banks taught me, whenever you tell them what you're going to tell them, you tell them why you told them, and then you tell them again. And so I think that's some work that I would be interested in helping you do and navigate some of that work. And also, I'm not saying legal aid. I wouldn't push any set of attorneys or pro bono, but as we are moving people, I also want us to be conscientious of the fact we're moving people and giving them legal documentation to sign, and sometimes they don't understand it. So making sure we have somebody in place, because we're moving them, we're putting them somewhere else as we do construction and build capacity. But if there's any way that we can be more supportive on that education piece, because you might be giving them a piece of paper that's going to cause them no harm at all, but if you can't read it, you can't read it. So those are some things I want us to look at. We didn't get to talk about that Friday, so I'm not ambushing you. I'm saying I would love more discussion with you about how we can build so that people feel comfortable about that movement. And that's all.
Thank you.
So the question that I was thinking of, Dr. Scott.
No, that's not me.
So are you looking at this development before you complete the others?
Which others? Well, this would be part of the RFP that would include this site, the Forest Hill Heights site, and probably the Fayette Place site all at the same time. And so depending on the sort of responses that we get, what the different developers are proposing, we would narrow it down to see which sites that we would, or which proposal we'd want to go with. But it is conceivable that all three of those sites could be under development at the same time by different developers. The challenge, of course, is going to be what sources of funding are going to be available. So, for example, I mentioned earlier that the 9% tax credit is a competitive program, and you only get one in Durham a year. So clearly, all those three sites couldn't all get a 9% tax credit at the same time, but they could move forward on another phase that doesn't require.
You keep fading out on us.
So this is Ray Parks, and while Anthony is frozen, I can answer that question. I think the idea really was to just flag that while we want to bundle all of these sites in this next procurement, the actual implementation phasing for the sites is going to be dependent in part on one, which is more ready to go first and second and third. And Anthony was also clarifying, depending on the financing strategy that emerges from the final plan that is approved, then if they're all going to be going through the state financing agency for tax credits, there may be some need for sequencing in a different way. But part of that is going to be the collaborative work over the next several months to agree as a team how they get sequenced, particularly if we're competing for financing.
Okay.
Anthony, you froze up, so I was trying to answer.
Yeah, I
just
switched my access.
Okay. Other commissioners, questions? Commissioner Long?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scott. And I really appreciate you sitting down with me earlier a few weeks ago to go through this presentation and get so many of my questions answered. I just want to echo Commissioner Burns's statements. I think that's really important to really emphasize with everything that's happened in our public housing communities. There is a lot of mistrust amongst the residents, and how they're being treated and how their living conditions are. So I think having a more robust communication strategy is really important to build back that trust with community members and ensure to them that, you know, the plans for the future that are being put in place are gonna like keep them in homes and gonna provide them safe and healthy homes to live in.
Yes, and that is duly noted by you all, and that's something that we're ramping up more so. I mean, one of the things about this is once you start, you begin to learn a lot more. So JJ being our first site, it certainly opened our eyes to a lot of things that we thought we were covering, but clearly not as well as we needed to.
Yeah, Mrs. Scott was in communication this weekend with our community questions and concerns that came up, and so he had to communicate with the community that some of the information was not clear. So he's doing a lot of that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Carter, anything for you?
I already provided my comments. I was
trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody. Okay.
I think I went first this time. I would just want to add, after hearing Perry's concerns, that I am supportive of the concept of working with the DHA, and also with the understanding that Perry and his concerns can be addressed to the greatest extent possible.
Yeah. Got to make sure that our CEO driving this his concerns are taken care of as well as ours. So thank you, Mrs. Scott. If there's nothing else, we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you, commissioners.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. So our next item, commissioners, is the removal of a citizen board member due to poor attendance. The board is requested to remove Jamika Holloway Burrows from the Durham Cultural Advisory Board for poor attendance. So I'll need a motion and a second to suspend the rules.
A motion to suspend the rules.
Okay, I need a second.
I think Commissioner Burns, but she's muted.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Lum, second by Commissioner Burns. We need a roll call vote by our clerk.
Commissioner Alum.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
And Chair Howerton.
Aye. So it's approved 5-0, and now we need a motion to remove Ms. Burrows from the Durham Culture Advisory Board for poor attendance.
So moved.
Seconded.
We have a motion by Commissioner Burns, second by Commissioner Alum. Now we need a roll call vote.
Commissioner Alum.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns.
Aye.
Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Aye.
And Chair Howerton.
Aye. Approved 5-0. So commissioners, we're down to review of commissioner directives. The board is requested to review staff follow-up regarding previously issued directives. Drew Cummings, our chief of staff, will lead this board discussion.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I hope each of you has had a chance to look over the directives again. Once you have hit that link once, you should always have access to it through your Office 365 portal. We've been working hard to keep the directives tracker as up to date as possible. It is usually the case that when Monica sends the draft minutes out that there's a little bit of adjustment with the directives, but with that I'll stop talking and see if there are any questions related to any of the directives.
Okay. Any questions or concerns from the commissioners? Commissioner Jacobs?
Yeah, I have a number of ones, but I'll just send them in an email. But I think the main one was just the last thing that you had on there, Drew, which was about budget follow-ups. And I just wanted to get clarification related to the budget process. There was a lot that we had, like a huge list, and I think we didn't have a lot of time during the budget retreat to talk, and just wondering, Claudia and Keith, were we going to have time like at an April work session? What were you guys envisioning?
That's a great question, and Keith may be on the line too. It was a great budget retreat with lots of conversation and some follow-up. So what we're planning to do now is to compile information that we can send out to the board, some summary documents. And then in April, we can give you an update on some of the items that require discussions beyond questions that can be given to you with information about a certain program, but then some may require a policy discussion. So for an example, there were conversations about next steps with our capital planning, next steps with specific programs, and those we would like to show. And I think what we committed to was basically showing the path forward, such as it would be something that may be a work session discussion or a board meeting discussion or something we address in our budget. So budget has been working with GMs to farm out the follow-up, and we are compiling that, and we'll get information back out to the board. So some will have responses to, and some will have follow-up or to be determined.
Okay, thank you. And I think related to the top priorities that we came up with, that list, the last very end of the meeting.
Yes.
I think it would be helpful to know what are the current investments that we're making in those things, and like the current assets that we have.
Sure.
The current programs. Yeah. Okay.
And so that is the intent, to take what the board developed, overlay that with what we've already, our efforts in that space. If you may recall, the budget department I guess last week sent a sheet that showed board priorities and places in years past that there have been desires to make investments by goal area. So we want to flesh that out further to show, based on what feedback happened at the recent conversation, how does that align with past discussions, and we can also overlay the dollars that are invested so that you can have a fuller picture. So we'll get some of this to you in stages, because some will take a little longer than the other, but this week we do want to give you some information that recaps what happened last week. And then from there, we can show sort of deliverables that we anticipate over the next several weeks.
Okay. Well, I think maybe I'll put it into an email, because I was actually thinking more on a deeper level. I'll give you an example. Like, Commissioner Burns brought up infant mortality, Black infant mortality. I know we have a whole division of child and maternal health. So, what are we currently doing? And then obviously hearing from those staff, what do they recommend, or where could we have the most impact? What do they recommend? If we're going to try to focus on that issue, what would be their plan? So that's what I was thinking about, but I'll put it into an email. Some of my questions.
I think we're on the same page. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you.
Ms. Pierce had on the screen that you had something you want to add, Ms. Pierce?
Good afternoon to the board. No, actually, General Manager Claudia Hager just responded that we would definitely provide additional information about specifically infant mortality and strategies to take to address it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Anything else for you, Drew?
Nope. For what it's worth, I had put that budget retreat there on the directives as a placeholder, but it appeared to me that our budget staff were keeping fairly careful track of the conversation the other day. And so I think rather than trying to duplicate the directives and the follow-up, we'll let them take care of it. And I'll take that off the tracker.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything else, commissioners, on that? All right. That was a quick one. Okay, commissioners, we're down to 0169 commissioner comments. And at this time, I'd like to open the floor, commissioner comments, conference attended, or regarding issues that may be of interest or concern to our board members. And so I'd like to start with Commissioner Alum.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. I'll be brief. I just wanted to give like a quick synopsis for our public, and any of the other commissioners can add to it in their comments as well if I miss anything, because I want to keep it just quick. That we had our budget retreat last week, and it was an opportunity for all of us as commissioners to get presentations from the budget staff and other team members, and then share our policy priorities with Keith Lane, our budget director, and Claudia Hager, our general manager, and they compiled all of those to present back to us. And the next steps moving forward is that we found, I think, the 3 priority areas that were really focused in on from the 5 commissioners, where it came to the 3 issues of workforce development, child health and well-being, and tax welfare. Conversations were some big priorities that really were repeated over the course of the retreat. And so staff is gonna, as Claudia just mentioned, continue to present to us at our work sessions. So that way we can be having continued conversation about how much these priorities are gonna cost, what type of programs are possible. And then when we start to look at sample budgets, and moving forward, once all the departments submit their budget requests to us, we'll keep having these conversations. That's all I wanted to share.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Burns.
Relatively quick, I brought it up last week during regular session, but we only got to hit it a little bit. I do want to remind the public and also remind our business owners here in Durham that the PPP application has been reopened, and it reopened on Wednesday. And so we haven't met since their reopening. And President Biden has specifically selected these 2 weeks to be for companies that have 20 employers or less. That encompasses a lot of the businesses here in Durham, a lot of the game changers and the business makers and the job creators in Durham. So, when we think about PPP and we think about taking on debt, as long as we're using this funding to pay our employees, you're not incurring necessarily more debt. So I want the public to take advantage of this application. I also want to point out, let's continue, and again, this is not a school conversation, this is a conversation about vaccination. I want us to continue to encourage, as many of the individuals on this call have gone and actually gotten their vaccinations. Let's make sure that, we're communicating to our educators, no matter when they would have started back, whether it would have been August or now, just that education about this not being Tuskegee and this not being Indiana. For so many of them, I work during the weeks. On the weekends, that's when I have to go to public housing. On the weekends is when I meet with teachers and principals and athletic directors. And I've taken that time to do that. And just the education piece is not there. And so we did have over 200 people to miss their vaccinations when we kicked off on Thursday and Friday. And so for me, I know that that's coming from a place of very real fear. And I just want you all to know that I'm there to support you. I've listened to some of you cry on the phone, held your hands until Rod Jenkins tried to kick me out yet again. And I just want you all to know I will say this. myself, along with Joanne, along with Rod Jenkins, along with our representative, Natalie Murdoch, when the teachers came to us and said we wanted $15 an hour for classified employees, we gave it to them. Before any votes were made about when schools were reopening, they said, hey, can we come up with a plan? We all worked together to submit paperwork to figure out how we could get these injections. We were able to get 1,000 a week. And so recognize that was a very hard get. And if we don't use them, the CDC looks at us and says, hey, why should we give you all another special event and you haven't done that? Again, this is not a critique. I just want us to be very careful that those spaces were also slots, right? So those were slots that our seniors could have used over 65. Additionally, those are injections that we had to open and the life cycle to 36 hours. So I just want us as a board to not politicize this, but really think about the real fear that some of our teachers have, whether, again, it was this month or August, and let's just continue to talk to them and let them know that we love them and just how important it is that they be able to go back safely, whatever that day is. And I'm just going to end on that.
Thank you, Commissioner Burns. In that regard, Ms. Pierce, and it may not be a time for you to answer this question, but I've had a couple of calls wanting to know when people when they cancel their appointments or don't show up, is there anything that the community can do to secure that appointment?
Chair Howerton, that is an excellent question, and it certainly is a question that the community may have. Director Jenkins has assured us that he has an extensive waiting list. And so as soon as they find out that, and of course it was quite a surprise to have this number of no-shows because they tend to not have very many at all. And so they can quickly reach out and contact someone to come, even if that may mean that they're staying a little later in the day to get those vaccinations into someone's arm. But it is important for the community to know if you make an appointment to come, please do come. If plans have changed, please let the health department know, because they will not, we've heard that from the director, they will not waste any vaccine. So, and we don't want that to happen. So thank you for bringing that up, Chair Howerton and Commissioner Burns.
Thank you, thank you. Commissioner Carter.
Well, I always struggle with what exactly this agenda item, what the purpose is and how to best try to meet the expectations here. But I guess what I will do is mention a few things about the boards and commissions that I've attended since the last meeting. And also I'd like to say something else about the vaccinations. Maybe I'll start there while that's fresh. I'm on the Homeless Services Advisory Committee, and there's a lot of concern, and it was on the agenda this past week, there's a lot of concern about the fact that in North Carolina, workers and residents of the homeless shelters are not in the first or the second group. In many states, they're considered residents of long-term care facilities and workers of long-term care facilities, and so they would have been vaccinated in the first priority group. We've had some outbreaks now at Urban Ministries, and Families Moving Forward and Urban Ministries both are struggling somewhat to hold on to staff who are afraid about risk of exposure to COVID since they haven't been vaccinated. So I guess this is a state rules, not us. We're just following the rules of the state. But in the same way that we, advocate for teachers, I just want to advocate for these workers. I feel like, and for our residents who are experiencing homelessness and are trying to be in a shelter. And the thought came to me, if ever again we do have some days where there are no shows and we have doses that might go to waste, that maybe we could reach out to the shelter staff and residents and offer those up to them. So just one idea. And then I also wanted to mention that in this, so at 3 of the commission meetings that I've been appointed to, that I've attended this past week, there have been mentions of budget requests of us. And I wasn't really sure, exactly what to tell them to do as far as how to get those in front of us. It's not urgent, but, like for example, BPAC had a retreat, and they mentioned also stipends for their members. They said they're really working hard to try to recruit more diversity among their membership. Their membership's mostly white, and that they thought maybe stipends would help. So I know the Farmland Board also has probably an additional request, and I think EAB does as well. So I don't really know what our official process is around those, but just wondered about it. And then I would like to end on something that made me really happy. I was on the American Tobacco Trail for a bike ride last week, and I decided to take a detour down Scott King Road and just take a look at the new grounds where the Lion Farm Elementary School is going to go, and the clearing of the trees that's happening there, and knowing that the groundbreaking ceremony is coming up this week, and it just gave me a lot of joy to see that moving forward, and I just wanted to say that too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Carter. And what I'd like to, one thing I just want to respond to around stipends. Our staff is doing research across the state to see what other counties are doing around stipends. So once that research is done, the staff will get back to us with that information. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you. And Commissioner Carter, I'm glad you brought up the issue about the folks working in congregate settings and homeless shelters really needing to be prioritized. There was a sign-on letter that was being circulated that I did sign on, and being the mother of a son who works in a homeless shelter and who has been wearing a mask in our house for months now, because he's so scared of getting us all infected. It's very real to me. So I hope that we can get those folks vaccinated. I guess I would just want to bring up 2 issues. One is I was actually contacted by Commissioner Reckow, who was very alarmed. She drew my attention to the fact that, and I didn't realize this, that in the bill that was passed by the House, that again, that unfortunately, the way that the CARES Act funding is going to be doled out is similar to the way it was previously, which we know was not beneficial to smaller counties. So I just would ask Deborah and our staff if they could look into this and whether we can possibly try to have an impact with NCACC and NACO, because unfortunately it hardwires a significant amount of money directly to counties with populations of 5,000 and greater, and then leaves a little piece of the pie to be divvied up for everybody else, including us. And we know that it was really unequitable and unfair the last time. And I was very concerned. I would have hoped that our lobbyists would have conveyed that message about the last time this CARES Act funding. I'm thrilled that there is something in there for local governments, but I am concerned to learn that it could be based on an unequitable formula again. So she referred to 215 million going directly to Wake and Mecklenburg and some of the larger counties, and then 215 to be divided up around 96 counties, including us. So I just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention. On a positive note, I wanted to share, Commissioner Carter and I both attended a Triangle J Council of Governments core meeting where we heard excellent reports done, studies looking at the commuter rail corridor in relation to affordable housing, including in Durham, and connecting people to good paying jobs through the commuter rail. I will share the PowerPoints and information that was shared in that meeting with our board. And I also requested that when they finish those studies, that they come and present that information to our board. They're still in process, but it's folks who are out of Triangle J Council of Governments, but especially around the proposed Ellis Road station and the East Durham station. So that was really pleasant news that I was not aware of. Naturally affordable, legally binding affordable housing, and naturally occurring for affordable housing. And Commissioner Carter, you might have something else to add since you were there as well. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobs. And I am sure that Go Triangle will be giving us another report sometime soon. The board will. Lowell Seiler, Attorney Seiler, you have something you'd like to present to our board?
Chair, I had a conversation with you earlier wherein you asked me to reach out to the commissioners with regards to the training. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. And so the question was, the steps that I went through to select someone to do the training. As you know, initially, we were hopeful that the School of Government would be able to assist with the training. A few months ago, I was told by them that it might be better to just reach out to solicit someone from outside North Carolina. And so I've checked, and I think I found a group of trainers who are extremely experienced. I think you all now have that information. And so I know they're looking forward to speaking to the commissioners. And so I have no doubt that they can do a great job. Do you need any information other than that?
I'm sorry?
No, I mean, unless you have other questions.
No, not the board have any questions regarding it.
I just wanted to make sure you're talking about the racial equity training, correct? And correct, Attorney Seiler?
No, ma'am. Two separate issues. Initially, and again, I'll refer back to when I was first asked to reach out to someone for training. I was asked to consider both racial equity training and some training of people who could assist us here in Durham County.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I was because I knew that there were multiple. I just wanted to understand for my edification, and I do appreciate. I emailed you, Chair Houghton. I do appreciate like you seeing not making a decision on your own, making it open for the public, making it open for the commissioners to be able to opine. But that was the clarification I wanted. So we're talking about that. Okay, thank you so much, Attorney Seiler. I appreciate that.
Yeah. So what we're talking about is a proposal that was sent to the board after we gave the attorney directions as a board to look for a firm that could do some development of our board. So the proposal came back to the attorney. I sent it out to all board members so they had an opportunity to review it and ask questions and have input. So Lowell is here for you if you have any questions about it. I mean, he searched and he did what the board requested him to do. And this is a superb group of individuals. Commissioner Alum.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. Thank you, Attorney Seiler. Can you just walk through, as Commissioner Burns mentioned, thank you for bringing this conversation to the public and for us to have this discussion. Can you go through like, okay, you reached out, and this is not to like question you or the process, but just to, you know, have the conversation openly. So you reached out to different firms, and what kind of made this one stand out for you, and what were other firms that responded back?
Excellent question. The people that I'm recommending, particularly Mr. Bob from Washington, D.C., I talked to a number of sources who stated that he had started his own business. Well, first let me say that I think I'm correct about this. He may have been the longest serving African-American manager in the country at some point. And so very experienced. I think he said he had over 40 years or so as a city manager. And so after talking to a number of sources about his ability, what he could bring to an organization like ours, again, I was hopeful that I'd be able to reach out to the School of Government initially, but it was suggested that we go outside North Carolina. So if you recall, initially, Commissioner Alum, when this first started, the board at the time was initially told that they didn't think that they recommended that we come to the School of Government in like the spring of the year. And so one of the first things that Commissioner Chair Howerton did was she wanted to accelerate that time schedule. And so she started asking me to start reaching out to find someone who can do this kind of work. After checking, I ran across Mr. Bob and his team, and it became really clear to me that they can do exactly what I think we need them to do. He's already indicated that he wants to talk to each of the commissioners because he wants to hear from you all if there are any specific areas where you all feel like you need special attention. You may have your own thoughts about that. And so it's not like he was trying to dictate to us that this is exactly how you should do this, that, and the other. And some commissioner also someone asked me the question about what was the difference between what was done at the School of Government a couple of weeks ago and what this firm was asking. And this one is more tailored to exactly what you all need, all right? That's the big difference. But from around the country and the places and people that I talked to, I just felt like these were head and shoulders above the others.
Commissioner Jacobs.
Thank you. And thank you, Lowell. I appreciate your work on this. And I appreciate that that Chair Howerton has brought this forward to us. But I do want to clarify that the process has been that the previous board, which only 2 members of this board were involved in those conversations, the way that we had left things was that it was going to be UNC School of Government, like Lowell, the Commissioner Seiler said, and that it would be something that we discuss in the spring and with the new board. And, you know, the first time we heard the follow-up was at our work session a month ago. So I think it's really, I'm glad that, this is being brought forward just so that we have something to respond to. But I do think it's important that this board, which is the opportunities presenting now, has the opportunity to provide feedback about specific things. And I know for me about this proposal, I do have specific concerns about the scope of work. I do think that all the board members should have direct input into that, and what they think the focus should be, also about the time frame and also the expense involved and the cost and the budget. So I think those are all things that we should all provide feedback into. And I would be interested in seeing also, what other options there might be that may have more, School of Government is a public sector organization, a nonprofit, whether there might be other entities out there that would be also less expensive. Similarly, I mean, even groups like the Racial Equity Institute are nonprofits. And so, there may be other options for us to look at. So I would suggest, as a next step, that we provide feedback to the attorney, and that we can then, he can help us, consolidate what are the kinds of feedbacks he's gotten from everybody, and to take the next step in our discussion about this process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Howard.
Hang on just a second, Ms. Commissioner Burns. Attorney Silo, could you respond to Commissioner Jacobs' statement about that only 2 commissioners were in the conversation when we discussed this?
Sure. If you will, please, commissioners, just reach to our great clerk who keeps up with this kind of information as to who is present for certain things. And I would strongly suggest that you reach out to the clerk to determine who was present for some of those conversations.
I just want to jump in, Commissioner.
Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Burns.
Okay, so, and this is not about significant pushback. I'm all about process, so I can understand why people would say, okay, did we get other bidders? All right, that's fine. We can sit here and say who else has sent in a proposal. We did reach out. As far as us only talking about it last month, let's do a timeline. Commissioner Alam and I were sworn in on December the 7th. The 7th. We are at March 1. And from my understanding, what individuals have said is that we would discuss this in the spring. Okay, or we would move forward towards this training in the spring. And then someone just made a comment that we only discussed it last month. So let's pretend like it's not March 1, but technically February, because it was February yesterday. The proposal was sent to us. I just looked at my records, and the proposal was sent to us on February 4th. And the request was for us to give feedback. So I just want, when people are sitting here requesting feedback on a proposal, an email was sent from the county attorney on the 4th. We are coming up on exactly 1 month. Then Commissioner Howerton sent it to us, if I'm not mistaken. And then we got an additional proposal. So it's not like, I want to be very clear here. It's not like we just got this proposal. We got the proposal, and if you all want to get additional proposals, I'm not going to kick and scream about that. As far as, this is what the last board wanted. No, this is what this board wants, because we do have on camera myself, along with Commissioner Law, saying that we do want to work on this, because there are some issues that have nothing to do with Commissioner Redcow, have nothing to do with Commissioner Hill, and there are some very real things that have to be dealt with so that we can do what's best for Durham. So I hear you, Commissioner Carter, saying this was a decision. I'm not going to take the time on, not Carter, excuse me, Jacobs. I was looking at you, Commissioner Carter. I meant Commissioner Jacobs, I'm sorry. Commissioner Jacobs said, but if I were to pull, I would be considered a bully if I were to pull out how many things you all voted on last year that I didn't agree with, right? So what I don't want us to do is say, two people decided this last year. No, on February 27th, and I'm not prepared for this conversation, so if my dates are off, I'm asking people to excuse me. On February 27th, you all said that these are some things we're going to work on. On April 27th, you said these were some things we're going to work on. The day we were sworn in, you said these were some things we were going to work on. So on February 8th, so now we have a track record of both on the old board as well as on this board of people saying or quote unquote giving lip service to the fact that they wanted to do this work. We have, and I would, short of a public records request, we have an email asking for feedback that's almost a month old. So what we can't do is a bait and switch now and say that we haven't followed the timeline of this process and that individuals haven't done their due diligence. So I would just invite everyone, before we push back significantly, recognize there is written digital proof of a process here that has taken place. And because I care enough about each one of you all and don't want anybody to get caught up in a lie and don't want the community to come down here as they are so apt to do, I would ask and encourage you all to recognize we just need to do this and move forward and do it for the best of the community, period. We are a stumbling block right now. We're trying to put something under a rug, and the only thing we're doing is creating a lump and a bump that we continue to trip over. And that is hard for me to say because I recognize there are things that I have seen that have offended me. But I have, and on 2 times on this camera, I've extended an olive branch in public as well on the phone. One of you has extended that olive branch back to me. One. And I don't judge you for it because you're in pain. I know you're in pain. You pretend like you're not, but you're in pain. I'm saying right here and right now, let's start with the games. I beg you, I implore you, and I'm going to stop right there because we got proof that we've been asked about our feedback. We have proof.
Commissioner Burns, I'll respond to that. Commissioner Attorney Soller, did I call you and provide you feedback after you sent out the information? Have I had conversations with you and provided feedback? No, excuse me. I'm going to respond to you saying that I haven't provided feedback.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Okay.
I did not
Attorney
say that.
Soller, excuse me. Have I called you and spoken to you a month ago when you provided information?
We talked a few weeks ago. We talked again about it. I think we might have talked a little bit on Friday as well.
And specifically giving you feedback that was asked for at that time.
Nobody said you did, Commissioner Jacobs. Like, go back and look at the video. Nobody said that. You're making that up.
So, Commissioner, let's hear from the attorney and then Commissioner Carter.
I just want to say one thing, please. I had the great fortune in my undergraduate career, man, that turned my life around as related to serving other people, right? And his name was Tyrone Baines, who was chair of the Public Administration Department at North Carolina Central. He set me on a course of what kind of things you need to do to prepare yourself to be a respected public administrator as relates to training, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so I've always taken this work seriously. I won't go back how far I've taken it seriously, but let's just say for a long time. And so when I go through the process, when you all gave me that, honestly, I loved it. When you gave me the opportunity to go through the process and you asked me to find someone, I can assure you that I covered everything in terms of trying to find someone that I thought could help this board and this community. So I want to assure you that I take this seriously, and the people that I have recommended to you, I know are serious people as well that definitely can help us, okay? That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter.
Thank you, Chair Howerton. Sorry, I'm having trouble unmuting myself today. First of all, I don't think this is following the order of the agenda. The agenda topic is for commissioner comments, and now we're debating the merits of training. Anyway, I just wanted to say that, and I think we need to be very careful about following the order of the agenda. Secondly, in response to some of the comments that have been made now, I just want to say our board, I believe, needs training desperately, and I'm 100% committed to that. As I said, when you brought this up at commissioner comments last time, Chair Howerton, I thought that the training we went through at the School of Government on governance was excellent, and I thought that, you know, some of the things they said we really need to work on. We learned that great boards develop robust social systems, and I would hope that one of the first things we do with our trainers are develop rules of engagement. You know, we were asked about that. Do we have rules of engagement? We don't. What are our shared set of practices for how we're going to work together as a unified force for our community? That is one of the main things we need to figure out, along with how to build trust. The only way that you can be trusting is you can be vulnerable, and our board meetings are kind of scary. There's like emotional risk. You never know who's going to say what you said or didn't say, or how you looked or didn't look. And, you know, there's just a lot of uncertainty. I feel like we're constantly, we're managing each other. We're status management is what it feels like. Is it okay to criticize? And that just leads to all kinds of inefficiency and hesitation and combativeness. And I am looking forward to having training. We need it. I need it. We all can benefit from this. And I want to make it perfectly clear that I support training with the 5 of you to help us be a great board, you know, one of the most effective boards in the state. I look forward, if we go forward with this suggested consultant, I'm very glad to hear they're going to reach out to each of us as individuals to get some additional input, because I think that will be important to being sure that, you know, Lowell, you seem to know what we need. I'm not positive we all know what we need. You keep saying you think they can help us with what we need. Okay, I'm glad.
I do believe that. I do believe that.
Well, I'm glad we're going to all have some input into what that is.
So I want to thank Attorney Seiler for his work and diligence in attempting to do what it is that he saw from his lens, what we had asked him to do. And there's no vote been taken. There's no decision has been made. That's why the document, the proposal was sent to every commissioner so that they can have input in the document, and that we have the best training that we could possibly have. You know, following the announcement on February 1st at our work session about available racial equity training opportunities, a few board members registered to attend the training. When we are not open to learning, we fail to grow, and we fail our community. Although I have attended training in the past, I realize that I need to return. I'm looking forward to attending the Racial Equity Institute's groundwater data presentation and also the Phase 1 racial equity training this month, along with board members who have made it a priority to attend. Building on the Working Better Together governing guidance training we attended on February 19th with the UNC School of Government, we have a significant opportunity to receive consultation to directly facilitate our specific issues and needs as a board. The more we bring to light, the more likely we have a chance to transform the culture of our board to truly become the public servants Durham elected us to be. Culture change requires true commitment to happen and is demonstrated by our actions. This past year has been unprecedented. The country has gone through traumatic times with an attack on our US Capitol. Racial tension is at an all-time high and demands for social justice. We are still in the midst of a pandemic. Many Durham citizens and small businesses are suffering. As a board, we have so many important and serious decisions to make. So much is at stake. We cannot afford any distractions of our own making at this critical time. Doing what is right for Durham will always be more important than any of our personal feelings or agendas. Durham residents, staff, and many outside of our area are watching us, ladies. They're watching us. Our children are learning from us. We have a way forward. Let's do the work and be the change we want to see. Let's be a model for what it looks like when a diverse group of capable women lead.
Madam Chair, I've got to respond to something that you said, if I might, since this is now on the agenda. And you said something and someone else referenced it earlier in this meeting, the racial equity training. It's been, the innuendo is that 3 of us wanted to do it and 2 of us refused. That's just not true. I mean, the truth of the matter is, when we received the email asking if we had interest in attending racial equity training phase 1 and the groundwater treatment, I immediately responded and said, I absolutely want to attend training. If others have already attended phase 1 training, I have, and maybe we could go on to phase 2. But that even being aside, there was no way I could have signed up anyway. There were only 3 spots available, and Chair Howerton, you signed up, Commissioner Burns, and Commissioner Alam. I tried to sign up. There were no more spots available. There were never 5 spots available. There were always only 3. So the implication that I'm not committed to racial equity training is false. I'm very committed to it. And I am now looking for some additional trainings since I cannot attend that one with you 3. I do think it would have been beneficial for us to have attended training together, but there were never 5 slots available. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carter. And Monica, if you could please comment on that in my case as well. Monica.
And I did not say that, Commissioner Carter.
And I was gonna say, I never said that, and I can agree with you, Commissioner Carter, that you did send that email. And I can also agree on camera that I know you reached out to Commissioner Alam and asked her, hey, have you taken this? So I can admit to your recollection of this. However, I cannot commit to knowing it was only 3 spaces. I don't know anything about 3 or 5. I just know that when they sent it to us, I just went ahead and replied. And I actually, to be honest, I replied late. So as far as you sending that email, I will admit to the public, you absolutely said that. And you've actually said, I know you mentioned that to, I think, Brenda and the Commissioner Alam, like, yes, I would like to do this. I've already done this one. So out of my mouth, nor out of Commissioner, I've never said, nor would I ever lie on you and say that you were not committed to do this or that you didn't sign up for the other course. So I don't know where that inference is coming from. I believe for you that perception is reality. And I'm sorry that is how you feel, because I know for a fact, myself, I know for a fact, Commissioner Long and Commissioner Howerton, we have not purposely tried to make that indication for the public, either in public or private. So, but I would also like to illustrate in parallel. You see how you thought we thought that? Recognize that you thinking that we thought that is a very real thing. That perceived ideas for many people are reality, right? So I hate that you feel that way. Again, I don't know about the three. Actually, to be honest, I don't know about the 3 spaces, but Monica can attest to the fact I actually got into class after the deadline. So I don't know about 3 spaces of 5. You know, with that, the School of Government, what they had left and what they didn't have left. But I do know that you did reach out and that you did say, hey, if nobody else, I've already done this one, we can go to 2. I can agree to that on camera. So I don't want you to feel bullied in this space, because I often feel like you do feel very bullied and feel very judged. Recognize we all feel that way. Everybody on this camera feels that way. And when we go to reply, we reply from a place of defense, right? And so I don't have a problem with you defending yourself, but I would encourage you to realize I need you all to understand, don't have a problem when we defend ourselves. But I can agree that you did send that email for the public.
So, okay, Commissioner Lum, and if there are no other questions, we will go into a closed session. Commissioner Lum?
Yeah, just to address this concern, I'd love to see if there are more racial equity trainings that have spots for all of us to attend, or if more information can be shared with the commissioners who aren't able to register to make sure that they have the opportunity that they already have shared that they are willing and want to take. So to make sure that they're able to sign up.
So Commissioner Lum, you know, Monica does a fabulous job for us. She does a fabulous job. And so don't underestimate that when she got the names, she registered us as our names came in. That is just as simple as I can say it. It was not eliminating anybody, or it's just the spots came open, she registered us. That's all simple.
Yeah, and I'm just saying, like, for the future now,
Yeah.
like, to move forward, if we can look at future opportunities for this class. I have my full trust in Monica. I think she is amazing as our clerk, and she's done a phenomenal job. But if we can look at more classes or openings that are available from the Groundwater Institute. Thank you.
I think that's already we've already paid for it at this point. So are you saying jump out of that and sign up for another class? Or is that what you're asking her to do for us?
No, I'm saying, like, to find more classes for the rest of our commission, for Commissioner Carter and Jacobs to be able to participate.
That's great. Yeah. Yes, thank you. And I'm sure Monica can hear that. Okay, yes, thank you.
All right. I'm sorry, I just wanted to say that
Monica. Okay.
In April, registration has not opened just yet. And once it is open, I will definitely notify the remaining commissioners of those dates so we can get everyone's schedule. It is for phase 1. Phase 2 dates are not open for April just yet, but I will definitely move forward with phase 1.
Okay.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify also for the record that all 5 of us expressed our desire to do the racial equity training. And I know I got an email from Monica saying that there were only 3 slots and that I needed to wait till April. So that's what was communicated back with me as well. Thank you.
So commissioners, we have a closed session. The board is requested to go into closed session for the following: 2 qualifications, competence, performance, character, fitness, conditions of appointment, or conditions of an initial employment of an individual, public officer, or employee, or prospective public officer or employee, or to hear or investigate a complaint, charge, or grievance by or against an individual, public officer or employee pursuant to GS 143-318.11A6, to consult with an attorney employed or retained by the public body in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which privilege is hereby acknowledged to GS 143-31811A3. So I'd like to thank the residents of Durham and others that have been attending this meeting and callers attending the closed session are asked to join the call using the information that has already been sent to you by the clerk. So we are going into, do I need a motion? I need a motion to go into closed session.
Madam Chair, I move that we move into closed session.
Okay, we got a second.
Second.
Second. Okay, it's been motioned by Commissioner Lum, second by Commissioner Jacobs. Roll call.
Commissioner Alam,
Aye.
Commissioner Burns, Commissioner Carter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs,
Yes.
and Chair Howerton.
Aye. It's 5-0. We are into closed session.
right, Chair Howerton, we do have all commissioners on the line as well as the attorney.
Thank you, Monica. We have met in closed session and given staff directions. No action was taken other than directions. Commissioners, just one other thing before we close regarding the training. We kind of left that hanging out. My recommendations is that you send your questions and concerns to the attorney and allow him to respond back to you. If you find that it's something that you don't want to do, let the attorney know that as well within this week's, because we need to let the consultants know if we're interested in them or not. So I ask that we do that so that we don't leave these folks hanging out. So if there's nothing else, I have a motion to adjourn.
A motion to adjourn.
Okay, we have moved by Commissioner Alon, second by Commissioner Burns. And we need a roll call.
Commissioner Alon.
Aye.
Commissioner Burns. Commissioner Carter.
Aye.
Vice Chair Jacobs.
Yes.
And Chair Howerton.
Yes, 5-0, we have adjourned. Thank you.
Commissioner Howerton, I'm sorry, Chair Howerton and Vice Chair Jacobs, just a reminder about agenda prep, if we can go into that call.
Okay.
And you too, Lowell.
Is that another
Yes.
call-in number?
Yes, it should.